right now is that this will be the value of this. That's zero change. Meaning that he can't be delivered in elsewhere. There's that what he was principle, meaning that this will be there. But defining the details will come after this. Okay, gold, blue, oh no, green. Green, really say blue. Blue. Any take away from blue team or orange or green online? Take away from today, tomorrow, no, yesterday's session. Yes, please.
It spoke about so many things like plan, monitor, evaluate, plan, adapt, and take what you decided on, and workers future minus it's called responsible officers. Maybe like monitoring would provide video data in time. And as we go on, we were looking into that and we saw that there are some conflicts that we thought was not in our plan, and now we are embracing. And we got into analyzing and seeing the impact that is going to be in long term and foresee whatever that in this time and the future after being in the web. So I've taken a feed insight in the root that we see. Those impacts are not necessarily when we have, like, it can't be contained, as you see, that change the principle of TOC.
Zero change.
Yeah, theory of change. So I'm still trying to understand that we'll get there.
Okay, for sure. There's what they say, the keyword, very interesting point you raised, that we need to be deciding upon information that is current. I think that's your activities. That's what you're required. Monitoring will help you to have that information without any delay. So we need to collect information on a routine basis for the team to make a corrective action to respond to those deviations. Don't need to have some delays. But of course, in the monitoring innovation area, I'm still seeing some delays in the correct information. As I said yesterday, we discussed the results from the midterm evaluation. Discussion where we have final results, not necessarily after the evaluation was commissioned. There is that delay, but what is required, we need to have that information as soon as possible. Because if you decide upon information that has those delays, you are likely to make wrong decisions. And if you have good decisions, they are not fitting the moment you are in. So, which the orange, I think. Orange. What do you have for us from yesterday's discussion?
From yesterday's session, we learned about the Yeah, we go back to the
Transparency.
yes, accountability, participation from the podcast, as well as evidence-based.
Yes.
Also, I said I learned about ethics. There could be ethics where there is the aim of protecting participants, and it is important that the responsible use. By using from the program, confidentiality, responsible behavior, and potential of
Thank you. So, I think your take home is key. You may focus on those complicated issues, and then forget about ethics and other required behavior. Be mindful that you are collecting information over people who can suffer from the disclosure of information. You need to bring that equity and fairness. That's key. And as we move on in development, our governments, organizations are also focusing on the compliance. Be mindful about that. Face several punishments or other kind of fines. There's no reason for you just to be told to do so. Why you have attempted this training. So online, I want to hear your voice. What do you have as a take home from Instagram?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm Patrick. I felt interested to one of the questions, but prior to this, I can maybe highlight what was my take-home message from yesterday's session. So I tried to project the development program where I captured the problem identification. Then we tried to see what could be the inputs towards the solving the problem, what will be the output from different activities, what would be the outcome from the intervention, as well as the impact from the intervention. However, I tried to capture the models, especially the 4 models. The first one, which is a theory of problem, then the hypothesis development, where we try to propose what can be done towards the problem solving. Then the result framework, which will be trying to see what will be the result from different intervention in a measurable mode. And the last one, which is the log framework, where we try to see the outcome from different indicators in a testable mode. So I can end with a question. I tried to read, and I got confused. The result framework and the log framework, if you can clarify it, it can help me to understand it better.
Can you clarify the question?
You see, the result framework and the logical framework are among the 4 models, but I got confused. There's 2 frameworks, result framework and the log framework. So yes, you can maybe take 1 minute and clarify it to me to understand the difference between these 2 frameworks when it comes to development of a program, for example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll clarify. Yeah. Anybody, any item not discussed before I respond to the question? I want one intervention, then I respond to the question that was asked. Okay. Thank you. The question is the difference between a result framework and the logical framework. Here, my notes say that we have up to 4 frameworks. The first one is theory of change. The second is result framework, which derived from theory of change. And then theory of change, result framework fits the logical framework. Now the difference. To understand the difference, let me start with the theory of change as I said yesterday. If you want to just to bring the change to solve the problem, the first step is how to define your theory of change. Theory of change, you can see it goes at the institutional level, because this will guide all interventions you'll be having. If you want to change where your initial intervention, you want to extend, you will also find your theory of change. Meaning that when you start your development perspective, you need to think of your theory of change. Theory of change will say it is a way of thinking. That's the reason why there's no commonly agreed upon template or the way of presenting it. The way of your thinking. It is also something that is living, that is in progress, always in progress, because you can edit, you can just revise it every time you feel there's that need. Okay? But more importantly, this is a program. Because all other actions will be passed through theory of change. The way it is, being a graphical representation, a diagram, a text, it's a product that you just put there and you find there. And you made it clear that this is a theory of change. You can share with your partners, your host government, other organizations. This is a key project. Okay? You have seen that you have some examples from online, especially the different websites. Okay? We are okay now with the theory of change. Now, let's move to result framework. Result framework, now, we say we know how and what the change will be obtained. And now, sit together and say, nowadays, we want to operate. The impact will not change because we have it in the theory of change. The outcomes, what we change is the way to write in clearly. But if you did everything right, there is no expectation to change them. But to say, we have that impact. Have impact here. But there is the outcomes which define our development objectives, our sectors of intervention. The problem we have, we will touch on health. Of course, we need to have development objective on health. Health outcomes. We want to improve agricultural productivity or other related objectives. Of course, we'll be having development objective related to agriculture. But if you want to have something with the education, you need to have something there. Those are under outcomes. If you are smart enough, you can go on because we are starting from the highest level. Remember, the goal to attain those goals, we need to have achieved these development goals through different sectors. Now, from each development objective, how can we get there? We just step down. So they define the intermediary results. Yes? Yes. Those intermediary results, those are the ones that will be contributed by the project we're gonna develop. I will see, today, this is an example we just doing today. And what we do afterwards, you just mark the date. You start, discuss, and then you mark the date. Bring the, no, it was here. Suppose that when you are developing your theory of change, we have this improve the community. Here it's simplified because it is one sector. It is in health. Now, but here in health, we have a different subsector. We have water, we have here sanitation, and then here we have, but here in this strategy objective, we have those two intermediate results. Yes. And then beneath here, we may also define outputs. So what we did here is now to map them in a logical order to define that this contribute to this together with this and that will contribute to here. Okay. So now the different data framework. Logical framework. Remember here, the result, there is a keyword which is result. Now, if we develop the logical framework, we need to have all the 5 levels of result chain. Here, there is another maybe a point of clarification. Until here, if we have if we are here, those the results are reaching all the other, they can accommodate 1, 2, or many projects. Yes? That's it. Why yesterday in your homework, which you'll be going to present, I asked you to consider you creating an NGO or any kind of organization, just to have those results that will stay there for long, not the result that will change when you change a project. So they will stay there. But now from intermediate results, and this is where you define your projects. The project may be taking this higher, this also, or another one will be building only this one. So in a logical framework, and we say this is the one that can help us in operationalizing our activities, because we go here down until activities. Okay? So the logical framework, we have everything from equals to impact. And I also say, because we don't have one template, or template can vary from donor to donor, we can accommodate other information, such as assumptions, means of identification, source of information, and indicators. The exercise we'll be doing today. Today we'll be focusing on logical framework. But before, and we would like, first of all, you have to receive your what you just did as the assignment from yesterday's discussion. Any feedback? Have you done something on results framework? We try. I know we try. We'll be trying. We'll be trying today. At next week, we'll be developing for sure. I told you that this is an exercise that's necessary, that no one can do it alone. You need to accommodate other people's inputs. Yes. But I want to hear the development problem you will tackle. What the problem you were trying to solve?
I want to just to make an inclusive, promoted and an inclusive technical vocational training. because normally, the technical vocational training pathways are focusing on youth, but sometimes they didn't tackle on the issues of gender and disability inclusion. Yes, so I want to just to make a little bit about inclusive or technical vocation trainings pathways along the.
Okay. Yeah, have you had, he said you'd like to do interventions on inclusive vocational training. Is in which sector?
Among you.
Okay, yes. This is the target people. It is an education or
Empowerment.
technical training. Vocational training. Yes. So the issue is the
We are not in principle at all.
okay, there's a lot of vocational training centers, which is obvious. Yes, there is not a problem. Now, how do you think the results, the goal will be achieved? If then statements,
I
how do you conceive the change?
improved. I started my goals as improved technical vocational training. But
Please listen.
I started my goals as the overall impact as improved and inclusive technical vocational training.
Yes.
Where it will have such kind of outcomes, where I want to see the youth empowerment should be inclusive and promoted regarding to the central pathway, because the government of Rwanda is focusing on skilled people, where the technical skills is the key to guide our economy.
Yeah. Another intervention?
Yeah, that's, well, as we were told yesterday, I said, we were told by you yesterday, this is only question of people to us. You say the result when we go down, think of the local organization, the state of goal, outcome, and also measure the output. I said yesterday, you mentioned yesterday, the take home work.
And take home work. Yes, yes.
You mentioned using the resulting work.
Yes.
You think of a local organization, yes, and state the goal, the outcome, and also the outcome. So that's what I also came up with.
Yes.
So I mentioned I selected local organization because it.
Can you come respond maybe to share with others?
Okay. Because in my country, Liberia, we been working with like women farmers, who are actually in the process of farming activities in our country. So from the question I was able to earlier yesterday, we developed a local organization I spoke of. It's called the Bassa Women Agricultural Corporation. The Bassa Women Agricultural Cooperatives. These are a group of women came together to help them improve their own lives, get involved in farming activities. So we mentioned our goal. And at the Bassa Women Agricultural Cooperative is a community-based group in Great Bassa County. The Great Bassa County is located in Nigeria. It's just our 10 minutes drive from the nation's capital, Monrovia, to where we are residing in Nigeria. It's where this group. So it's a community-based group in Great Bassa County that support more women farmers to produce process and sell their farm produce. Because if you're observing our country like Europe is not like other countries that actually prioritize agriculture. We are still so based upon the background, we decided to come together instead of those national government doing everything possible. But what came to contrast the effort of national government? That's how we came together. We were able to follow our NGOs, donors, and partners to get them support to get involved in such. So measure the goal. The goal is to improve the standard of living and reduce poverty for Duobone and their families through sustainable agriculture and increase income. That's our goal. From the local organization and mentioned about that which you mentioned. So that's the Basel Women Agricultural Cooperatives. So mention about the outcome. So the outcome is the long-term change. It's what we can look at concerning the outcome. So for the outcome of them, say increase productivity, improve farming skills, and higher household income for 300 women farmers within 2 years. Within a period of 2 years, we think that we'll be able to achieve such from our outcome because of the activities that we are involved with. We also mentioned about the OPPO, which is the medium tangible results. The OPPO of this. So we said between 5 training workshops conducted on board farming methods and business management. Because people doing that difficult to train the women. Even though they are from the rural communities, they are from other groups within the community, but we are coming together to say, yeah, this is what we actually want to do. But people can get work with it. Yeah, or training opportunities for them to have a informed about small farming, what the tools will be using, farming activities, how to go about doing it, how to get more produce on a monthly basis or on a yearly basis, based upon the cost that we're actually getting forward. So we're also talking about the distribution of improved seeds that allows us in farming tools to 300 farmers. There's one thing that actually is affecting in our country. Like what happened with 15 counties, 16 tribes, 15 counties. So if you observe all the counties, you will get involved with rice farming. Like maybe in Green Plaza County, if you plant rice, you will not be able to produce what you actually want because maybe the condition of the soil. So before even doing that, you need to do your own research and know here. People get involved with farming. Who cares where they go? So from super scientists, because for our country, like for our country, we don't have one soil scientist. Imagine the whole country, only one soil scientist. So if you are calling him to come and test the soil, you have to monitor him. When he's the only person that implement, but you don't want to get involved family activity or breast family. At the end of the day, you can generate more. So they will come and test the soil. So what happens? You get involved with cassava, with the cooperatives. You cassava get involved with the other things. There's no money for all of it. So it's how we set the benchmark. So after the test of the soil, the camera will result. Start to get involved with it. At the end of the day, some of the donors or panels or county leadership or government that gave social can also come and help with that produce for them, marketing for them, and people feel the improvement. And we saw after 2 or 3 years, we know that SCP, we can actually stand up and say, yes, we are working side by side with the men, we are no longer on that. So based upon our caution yesterday, this is what we actually did last night, and they'll come and share more.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not reacting on the nature or the quality of the indicators or objectives. Because sometimes you are mentioning, like, you are calling this objective, you are putting it in the outcome level, while when you assess the output, or the other way around. I know we get there, but I really commend your work. Thank you very much. So, someone from online? Someone from online or from Orange Group? Not someone who has already spoken. Let's put this to paper 5. Unless it's a competition. Vote. Hey, vote. If you want okay, okay, if any car group fails to take advantage of the opportunity I provide, I would like to have someone else make it on their behalf. Yes, we are now in the competitive world. Please, go ahead. Please come here.
Yes.
So, I was joking in the morning that the other night was about the research framework. Oh, sorry for your Did you see it?
Yes.
Thank you. So last night I was thinking about a local NGO. So recently we does funding cuts. I think it's time now as Rwandans or Africans to think how we can do our things, considering we know where the gaps are. So I was thinking about a local NGO called Rwanda Reproductive Maternal Child Adolescent Health Quality and Equity Partner. As I said yesterday, I'm a medical doctor and I'm going to support mothers and newborn, then adolescents. Then I was thinking about a new NGO that would look on reproductive health, maternal newborn, but in the classes of being equitable and accessible, because we are still losing our mothers, our newborns, and adolescents are facing issues because they are not accepted. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So I was saying, I'm asking the online people. So if they can hear me, they can say.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
So I was saying, my local NGO, we call reproductive maternal child newborn equity partner. That's why I said RPEP. It's RMSTL quality and equity partner. Then this is the exact framework I managed to say. Then I said to ensure that equity and quality, it means universal and accessible services. I say universal and different stages, where I aim to have an outcome to decrease the preventable maternal and the newborn, as well as child morbidity and the mortality. Morbidity are those complications. Then mortality, it's in the case where someone, like a mother or baby, passed away. Then this will not solve by day. I need to improve the reproductive health status and well-being for adolescents, because before being a mother, you need to pass through the adolescent period and the youth as well. But this needs to have this equitability. That's why I believe if the services service delivery, it's improved through those intermediate results. Like this is intermediate. If the service delivery is improved, and the community engagement is improved, and the governance and the system are improved, I can have this desired outcome. So throughout the intermediate results, 1, 2, and 3, I have some results again. So if I start by, for instance, if I start with the governance, those are administrative, those leadership roles, because I have facility cannot deliver the services we want if the governance doesn't work what is supposed, and the system itself. So once I come to the system, there are those policies. Because I'm focusing on equitability, the adolescent and youth, they are suffering because in our system, there is something which is not well done. So at the policy level, we need to do something. At the governance level, at the road level, we need to do something. It's packed here, because with the time I will not read that. That's why I put it on the tab for everyone to read. I assume if this is happening well, and this is happening well, as well as this is happening well, my goal will be achieved, then the outcome will be achieved, then the goal will be achieved as well. So I don't need to stop by there, unless because I'm a teacher, I can take the entire thing.
Question.
Okay.
I have one question, but before, like, thank you. I know in Rwanda we are good,
Mhm.
but you have to come to police.
Mhm.
What about your project? You feel a couple of police or police?
So, at this level, the first evidence-based element policy making and implementation. It's where I will pack all activities. Because I'm still on the results. That's why I didn't want to be there. If I get someone to support on this level, we shall have a policy, a project to support this one.
Good answer. Okay, thank you very much. Oh! Haven't said anything about that. Are caring people. You're no longer caring people. Oh. Yes, you want to present?
Yeah.
Yes, please, come. Yes, please, please. Can you share it with the others? And again, I like this one. Whenever you have some elements, just go for ChatGPT. It helps you just have this beautiful project. Yes, but these
I had my like narrative in the word of in slide like this in PPT as usual. Then I asked the PPT to make it clear.
but
My ideas are the ones that I
yeah, you feel it. Make sure it doesn't change anything because it will
yeah,
change.
I have
It will change because here I still discussion whether this is the outcome or it's
so it's the outcome. This one is the outcome. I need to decrease. This is the outcome. The goal and my goal is this universal education. It's a wrong
but the ultimate goal is something. See where the ideal situation.
situation.
But universal education process.
But this is the issue. This is the issue we are facing currently globally. Whatever we are doing on that basis, this is the vision. But the vision is not achieved yet. That's why people are taking those outcomes so that if we put the outcomes together, the goal will be achieved.
That's true. That's true. But those are say even at the towards the day of signature of of approving, final approval of those pilot frameworks. There are still is hard and discussions that can be given, make some changes. So one, I will make it a point after I hear everyone. Yeah. Okay, can you help me, maybe? That's very interesting, really interesting. I like your work.
the document.
I took time to
I'm
get-
share.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Because we are in the same box.
Just leave it.
Not the same project?
This one.
Wow.
Send me.
Are you medical doctor as well? Public health? No, but gold and blue can complement each other. Don't worry. Please.
Hi, everyone. So in my country, Liberia, we have a product or byproduct called coconut. I don't know how many of us know what is coconut. Yeah, coconut oil. So in Liberia, coconut byproducts are everywhere. They cannot, they are hard to be decomposed. So we find it everywhere. There's local organization. If there's local organization going to help get rid of those byproducts. So the local organization is going to support youth and women by producing useful products from coconut byproducts. Where we are going to impact the area I'm going to focus on going to be the economic development. That's my area of focus. So the goal is to improve economic well-being and environmental sustainability. And my outcomes, I have 3 outcomes. The first outcome is to increase. The first outcome is to increase income and employment for youth and women. And the second outcome is to improve skills in coconut byproducts processing. And I'm going to reduce environmental waste. And the output, I'm going to train, workshop, coconut byproducts and manufacture, and also sell those products out. So that's it.
Thank you
I
very
don't know
much.
if you guys understood me well.
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
Yeah.
But they may have some questions,
Yeah.
as usual. Yes, this is the first draft. Oh, this is what you just said?
Yeah.
This is someone
This house, yeah.
That's just the framework.
the framework.
But I have the goal here.
Mhm.
I didn't put it in this one.
Oh, this is the logical framework,
Yeah.
actually. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it. So we were mentioning some activities that have got the issue. Now, this is the logical framework, it makes sense. Thank you. Yeah. But I have one simple question. No, we can go there. Which sector are we be working on?
Economic development. Economic development.
The
Yeah.
there's some piece of from health,
For what?
from health. Something say like hygiene or
It's the
sanitation.
economic and agriculture. It's a.
Yes. There's a commercial, there's economic, as you said, but there is also some kind of sanitation or environment looking to us always. All right, so someone, or from online? Okay. What? Share? Wow. No. She wants to share. Another one who wants to share? No problem. You can share. Whoever wants to share, the floor is his or hers. No, it's hard. Want to share.
Yes.
It's open, but she's going to go across. It's open, but they just
Follow, table, make, have some points. Or group. Can you make it a little bit bigger? Yes.
So as my background in my career, I've worked with SMEs and currently I'm working with farmers. My goal is to work support small hold farmers access international markets and increase their income in general. So yeah, so the outcomes I have 3 of them. First is financial capabilities. That is farmers become bankable and credit worthy. The other one, financial resilience, where they can now invest into more products that can help them with production process. And then the final one that is more important is the market integration, like for them to enter into international markets. So the output will be, first I'll start with financial literacy. Supporting farmers with understanding their finances. That's one of the major issues that we are facing because farmers go to the banks will give them money and they find out like they're still working on a very small scale. Like it can be a very scalable business. So can also provide financial support. That is, we can provide affordable loans. That is work with financial institutions to come up with some products that are tailored to the farmers. Not like, sometimes when you're paid by loan, you have to pay on a monthly basis, but that's not how the farming business works. You have like 6 months to have your output. So working with the financial institutions, working with that organizations that provide grants. We can also support them accessing those grants. So there are many grants out there, but farmers are not aware of those available grants. So supporting the farmers knowing when to get the loan, available grants in the different organizations, either government or international NGOs, and also helping banks and microfinances understand the agricultural sector in order to start them. Then we can also support them in providing farming materials. Like this, for lack of better word, I use farming materials, but this one is a new technology, supporting them with the irrigation system. But what type of irrigation system? We need like solar-based irrigation system to support them. You can find like a small product, like a solar-powered irrigation tool that every farmer can have in their own backyard or in the wetlands that are nearby. And then digital skills as well. This one we can provide them with a digital tool that support them with there's this tool that back then I worked on that where you have a piece of land, you show the location, you enter the information of your piece of land, and then they can calculate like what can you plant there. What can you use the land for? For example, if it's for maize or if it's for things, using that technology, you will be able to know this season I'm going to plant this, and then have more produce. And then
We call it climate smart agriculture
Uh-huh,
practices.
something like that. And then market linkages, that is creating associations with the buyers from outside the country, connect them with our farmers. So that is, after we've done all those output, I think we will, then our outcome will be the ones that are stated themselves, and then our goal will be reached.
Thank you for providing a bonus on the technical. But I want to before go down.
Yeah.
How do you link this output to the output?
Yes, for the financial literacy and financial support, I think it gives the financial capabilities. Because once yes, I think these two.
This two goes to
So yes,
Uh-huh.
once they are educated, they're given the funds, then the farmers will go back.
continue.
And then financial resilience, that is when now they've already gotten the money, they're going to use it to buy these materials. Then it becomes financial resilience, because now they're no longer producing on a small scale. Now they've grown, because they've
Yes.
included new technologies and new materials, and now they are producing more. They're like the farmers investing more than productivity. And then the digital skill of this thing, they financial resilience. The market integration comes from this part where export compliance certifications and everything.
Is it possible that if financial support fits this as well?
Of course.
So then say, yeah, it can happen. No
Once
problem.
happens,
Yes. So maybe for the presentation, so presenting a graphical presentation here, maybe you can choose like different colors. And then here, the same, just to make the quality. And then this, you just have, you can identify that the link so easily. Yes, thank you so much. Any, yes, you. Shed
I
on the top.
have another one. I have another one they sent earlier. Your presentation. This question for you.
So, okay. After.
Mine is just 5 minutes. 5 minutes is too long. I
So
just
if
did
you
it.
take 5 minutes, I would count.
Okay, so from my bachelor programs, I did environmental and development studies. I have been focusing on how can we solve the problem of food insecurity, the malnutrition. So the thought of how I can operate a local NGO that will focus on community nutritional program. Yeah, how can we fight the problem of malnutrition? So that I did a very short result framework on how that problem can be solved. So as you can see, my goal, which is the long-term impact, is how can we eliminate the problem of charge tuning and macronutrient deficiency. And then for that, I developed a strategic objective, 1 and 2, as you can see, to reduce chronic malnutrition among children that are under 5. And second is to improve, because all of the food security components, food diversity is another key component on the how can we eat diverse type of food, which can help to improve our health, is also key. And then for the outcome, how can the objectives be achieved? I have intermediary result number 1, that is increased household production. That is, if we can produce what we eat, it will also help us to overcome the problem of malnutrition. So another one is improve hygiene and sanitation practices, because our living environment should also be clean enough to support our health. And then another one is to increase adoption of optimal infant and young child feeding practices among primary caregivers. So with that, our objectives can be achieved. Please go down to me. So for the apples, yes, so for the apple, I have the 300 bio fortified seed kits. So with that, this is needed to formulate with children that are 1 or 2. And then output number 2, we have 15 communities demonstration gardens. That is, every household you have a house garden or yard garden to support the food production. And then for output number 3, we have 40 community health volunteers that will conduct monthly growth check. So we have health practitioners that will be carrying on routine check of how children are responding to the initiative. And then the last one is 100 nutrition support groups formed or will be formed to provide education on breastfeeding and complementary feeding. So that's just the summary of my result framework. Thank you.
The question for him? Sorry. I'm asking that like kind of a general question. Is it good to like if you are doing a research framework for an organization to put like numbers on output? Because if your organization have reached that numbers, are you closing the organization? When you're saying that the organization, so that's what I'm really asking. Is it really necessary or just to keep it like a wide way so that maybe by project you can just now be precise? Because like if it's an organization, the ultimate goal is just to keep improving.
Yes. Yeah. Good question. Somewhat help us. So putting numbers. But remember that we say those are the living tokens. So you can change them or revise them whenever you want. And if maybe you have chosen, like that's for output. The question is only for output. And remember that output are optional for this framework. So if now you're doing something for organization, output for sure, as he said, will change. We'll be having many. Okay. Either when you have another output, you can increase the number. That's one. Or if you want, you have the other one that can combine with the already existing one, you can rephrase. So you are free to change anytime, provided that you keep that link, the if that halfways. So it's up to the organization. You know that some people would like to have things presented or written smartly. Writing smartly, you can say sometimes in your meeting, say output number 5. That's to simplify things. So numbering, that's not yeah, it's optional. You can number them, but here maybe what I can, at the point I made as a need for you, just to show that link. Because here it's still confusing to know which outputs are leading to which outcome. So we need to just to clarify the link. Yes. Okay, someone in next person. You.
Yes. The routing. So Someone is if it is already on. And this one. Okay. Yeah, so.
We're not trying to present is a framework. And I don't think you that what to work on the issue of resilience. Resilient livelihood. Thank you. So I see that we are in the where we have a resilient livelihood, some climate change, some unemployment, and of those. So I tried to think in an view that we work on this resilience and transformation. So for the goal, I said that the goal should be to improve the well-being, resilience, and sustainable livelihood for vulnerable communities in Rwanda. So I have this state in Rwanda with 3 outcomes. The ones will be focusing on the access to education, to quality education. The second, to the sustainable livelihood through climate resilience interventions. And the third will be only responsible and discerning practices, because sometimes you have some of the losses around the police practices. So there's also working on the police and side. We go.
Hello, we are not getting him.
decision, you need to go back and those outcomes, see if really their outcome or their output, and see if there is no a kind of duplication. For instance, as I said, outcome one and outcome two, they are almost somehow. Include that the superintendent question, then responsible hand and the nutritional practices. So, I think I'm confusing that.
Yeah.
Actually, I led you wrong with responsible health and education in my hand. Yeah, so, but, as I insist, see if really their outcome or their output.
We're not yet there, but I have that comment, you remember. Remember I had this post. Here, what you wanted just to get started. Get started, understand the linkages, that there are those levels, and horizontally and vertically. Yes, and then again, you remember that this needs discussion between people. Yeah, what question? What you asked. So here it's an axis. No, I wanted to ask. That's following our question. You have a strategic plan? How long is a normal strategic plan? 4 to 5. So when you're drafting your strategic plan, the key documents also, you need to have to pay attention to this. Yeah, meaning that this framework is likely to be to live until 5 years. If your strategic plan is 5, if it's 10, it's okay, but it can be 5. Even if it's 5, you can have a midterm. Yes. Mhm.
I have a project in mind, but I don't know how, as you say, that we can complement each other, that the network is not for one person. And I teach my idea and some the class contribute to tell me what is needed for that kind of.
You want to share it with us?
Yes.
Is it a project or is it a framework?
No.
It's a project. Okay, it's just like this. Is it no? No. Oh. It's a framework. That's the more thing.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So far, there's a workshop I've gone to, and I don't know how to she allowed it. So, as this year motto about, was it say? It was saying that, first lady, no. First lady on eighth March. First lady was talking about that as women, we should take care of our mental health. And about this workshop I've gone to, I tried to ask most of you guys who are here, you're working in NGOs or maybe it's statistics, you will help me to learn you some numbers. And I was asking myself that since the health facilities are telling us that among 5, 1 person is mentally affected, and to those who go to that area and they're stigmatized and they don't want to talk about it. Mostly those hospitals, they are not that efficient to be responsive. And I got an idea if there is a bill, and I've been in health work for 4 years now. If there is those mobile hospitals whereby if a person is diagnosed and can't go to the hospital, instead for them to get worse, there could be a checkup, like a mobile hospital.
Okay.
Yeah, down to the cells and what's wrong. But the issue was on that workshop I've gone to, they told us they've started, but then they closed it because of lacking funds. And since we are here and most of us, we get to be in advocacy because of NGOs we represent or baby donors or anyone who can
Okay.
have such facilities to have that implemented.
So this happens at the level of health post? The level, the medical level, the health level we're talking about is health?
Yeah,
Post
I'm saying
or-
that the hospital is not that efficient because the number of those people are growing.
Yes.
And the same hospitals, as we are in data, I don't think the machine they have are quick to access them and help them to get quickly help and then get back to their homes, then be motivated to come back to get themselves checked. Yeah, so I don't know how that thing can be either, it cannot be monetized or commercialized. It's still a project that you have to sell to other people in order to have it fund or the awareness and reduce the stigmatized. Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think? But there is that development question. There is that development. You need to define it, and then define the way to solve it. And if possible, also develop the results framework. The results framework, we normally goes until here. If you don't maybe good output.
Yes.
From there, you will be able to design projects. So having those leading documents, I think I'm track. But after, because the funder, we just provide that funding after he has understood how the issue is being resolved, or what kind of roles they need to be playing, and afterwards, I think you see things happen. Even government can also be one of the maybe funding partners.
The issue is how is the mail evaluation can be that one? How can
But
monitor
it's-
such study like?
Is it the study or is it the intervention?
Well,
Someone was,
because-
maybe
because
I missed the part.
I got
Actually, she want to tackle that mental health issue. In my understanding, it's one of the key interventions within the country, and she's looking for a solution. So, from our task was to make an NGO research framework, but from her case, it's already existing program that needs a solution. And she's looking how this solution could be implemented. So, in my understanding, there is a need to sit down and document on this problem and you map who could because it's so easy for those like those clinical conditions. Because mental health doesn't have any sign. You make a kind of concept note, you call people so that you make the intervention well written, the people will even come in to fund. A strategic goal for the ministry, for instance. Because you cannot call ministry, I have the NGO like looking on the mental health for women alone. Because we have adolescents facing mental health, we have men themselves, they are facing mental health. Actually, mental health is a cross-cutting, and it's a public priority now. If you go to the ministry level, you will find now they are putting mental health as a priority. So this will become as one of the interventions of mental health support. So as you said at the beginning, if really you need support, you can start and then make a concept note. Maybe among ourselves we can advise how we can go. Especially I have mental health in mind.
Yeah, go to her. Okay, I like your point. Not every question or problem is development issues. She suggests to drop concept note because this is a small issue. No, it's not development. The development is a reason of existence of an organization or institution. This cannot be the reason for being. Okay, this will be down your. Okay. You need to present. Please present. Because nothing else will be seen apart from those frameworks. If we go for indicators, we come back there. If we go for donor expectation and the data, we go back there. You have great opportunity. And today, I'm looking for those who have not. Welcome. Nigeria.
I'm here.
Something.
Yes, I know.
Start with the addressing exercise and then continue. Online, address yourselves.
See this book? Oh, you are going to follow the movement of this book. Yes? Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. If I do like this, you go like this. Yes. Just like this, you sit down. Like this. Yes, here. You go. When I do like this, you jump. Okay, now we go. Continue. Okay. Again. Yeah. Then sit. I say you sit. You sit. Guys, sit down. Up. Out. Let's go. Repeat the exercise. Like this, you have to move. Yes. Here, of course, follow. Then here, you sit on your chair. Then here is stand up. Are you ready? Sure. Okay, now we go. Handy. Then down. And then you sit, guys. Okay. Good. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the what with the goal to improve the maize production and transform livelihood of maize farmers community. Then the outcome which we contribute to the goal, one is to improve the livestock genetic breed and animal management practices. Second is to improve access of farmers to veg services and to reduce, which will help us to reduce the animal disease. Then the last is improve livestock feeding practices. On the outcome, farmers will be trained on genetic improvement practices. Then based on part of it, we will also trained on the use of medicine and the AI technology, artificial intelligence, artificial insemination technology. Yeah. The last is farmers will be also trained on sustainable food production, which will contribute to feeding practices and continue to improve on the milk production. That is the idea I was trying to present. Any comment about it?
Without comments, you cannot comment today.
Thank you first of all for your nice. So I have two questions. One, what's the real problem are you trying to solve? If you have to be specific, that's one. Now, the goal to improve milk production. So do you need the quality or the quantity?
Okay. First, the issue is
Hello. I see nothing on my screen. Oh, there's no problem.
Okay, we are waiting.
No, it's the demand, it's the offer.
This is the offer.
This is the offer. You create an offer, but an offer in economics also creates demand. The other way around. When you have many offers, they made it possible to reach out to the individuals who are in need for their services, and then be able to say, would you like to, you have a car and sometimes the boss sick, would you like me to cooperate with it so that you just increase your milk production, and then the issue will be how much you pay. The reason why you have a lot of finance. Yes. I know this is a final thing, but when you are presenting to thank you very much. Maybe can how many oh, for 7. It will remain with 13 to have. Yes. Let us cover something. Number 4, so performance.
Is it this one?
No, so that it's not point.
Yeah.
Yes.
Number?
Go continue until you have the point number 4. Yes, indicators and the performance measurement. Yes. A point here. The examples we have here, there are people who are whether you have goals, then define development objectives, and then we go to intermediate results. I prefer that because this can help you maybe connecting the dots. But like the last one, like he has the goals and then the outcomes and then output. Simply, if you're working in one sector, there's no need just to go for those development objectives. Because the development objectives is like a sector of activity. But if you have that idea, it will help you to make sure this is at the level of intermediate results, this is at the level of output, and then when you define a project, you see clearly where it grows. So for me, I would suggest or advise use that format. You have the goals, development objectives, and then you go intermediate results, and before you go to output. Output you can leave it because we are still now at the level of organization. Because every project we have that development objective and goal. But intermediate results, every project we see itself aligned to which intermediate result. You see, in the project diagram, you see the purpose of the project. That will be intermediate result. You see now the clear link between, it's like this can be, this framework I presented can be for the entire organization or program. Sometimes you have a more complex program, you can have it there, no problem. So when it comes to project or activity, just see which intermediate results you are fitting in. Okay? Indicators and performance. Oh, I was about to ask the question that is already there. Indicators here simply, those are the tools used to measure progress. Simply indicators indicate. It's a tool on the measurement tool. You say you need to have the new production increased. How will you get to know that the production has actually increased? Because you measure something. What do you measure? Yes, if you have an indicator, you sell to the that indicator. They show whether plant changes are actually happening. So there is no way to test. If you are in this field, indicators. Their indicator means that they connect, of course, to those frameworks for measurement. Next, my friend. Yes. Okay. I don't go to the details. I think we know that. Continue. Type of indicators. So you know the result chain. Every level in the result chain can have indicators. The input, output, outcome, impact. But here, let us start with any input, number of staff you are using, number of consultants, the money you are using, output indicators, measure what is produced. What is produced? If the activity is training, what do you produce from training? Number of trainings. That's something you can easily count. And then it lies within the organization. You can see it immediately. Okay? But for after training, giving the trained startup kits and other financing support, you are expecting that this will lead them to another level, which is outcome, practice, or change in behavior. Yes. Adopt positive attitudes. Okay? Yeah. Major changes in behavior or use, for example, percentage of households using safe water. Okay, you have installed the water there. You train them on the way the water tank, and what we are expecting is to have the number or the percentage of people who are actually using safe water. So this you cannot see it after you do your activities. But this is what you're expecting from output. Impact indicators. Now, here you can also add, this is not long term. This is not long term. can be short or intermediate results. Impact indicators measure long-term effects, reduce reduction in disease. Have you experienced? Okay, you have experienced the reduction in disease. Have you maybe experienced 100% reduction in disease? 100%. Okay. Okay, we are aiming towards there. Our health professionals, they are starting, they are working hard, but still always striving to have the reduction. So this is ultimate goal of many health interventions. So many of these long-term effects. But apart from considering indicators in the research chain, we can categorize them into two categories when it comes to how to measure it. Either quantitative or qualitative. Quantitative, nothing other than numerical data. Numbers, percentage. But qualitative can be perception, opinion, satisfaction. Sometimes you write satisfaction. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but still those are not numbers. You have to know. Okay. If I classify the level of satisfaction for very satisfied, neither satisfied, neither the opposite, or less, or very dissatisfied. I can address them in numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But why now numbering them does not put that indicator into quantitative indication? Why? Why? You know why? It's if it was quantitative, the thing I categorize number 1 and number 2. No, the difference between number 1 and number 2 should be as difference between number 3 and 4, which not necessarily the case. Because from very satisfied and satisfied, there is a gap. Is that gap the same between 1 and 2? No, not necessarily. So that's the reason why those numbers cannot be considered, and then we categorize the indicator into quantitative.
Also, it's the misappreciation.
Perception and appreciation. There is also a bias from someone who. Yes. Okay. I may feel satisfied, not satisfied. But I've provided many satisfaction, and let's put less satisfied. Okay. Yes.
Always, the long-term indicators presented have to be presented in class.
It can be presented in numbers. But when you are analyzing, because the numbers, you can differentiate them into. Okay. Continue. Smart. Okay. Are we smart? I want to know whether there is someone who failed in the exam to define smart.
Smart is easier, but when it comes out whether the detector is smart or not, this is where problem arise. But clear specific, the indicator should be clear and focus on what? Okay, if it's not objective, but also in areas it is described. It cannot be overlapping between one or two areas. Yeah, if this is for maternal health. To the problem, yes, to the problem. Yes. Measurable can be tracked with that. I don't know whether this will be changed because now the era of new technologies where we can also accommodate unmeasurable indicators. For me, instead of using measurable, I use monitorable. If provided it is monitorable, can be, but here I keep measurable. Yes. Fine. I want to be trying to yeah, it's fine. Yes, after break. Enjoy
A
your break.
question, please.
Yes, please.
Question, please. Yeah, thank you. I'm Adolf. Hello?
Yes.
I wanted to ask you for this smart you were explaining. You were saying you could use a monitorable other than measurable. Can anything be monitored without it being measured? I want
Yes.
clarity there.
That's a really good question. I responded after the break. Because
Thank you very much.
our keeper is here. Thank you.
Thank you,
Enjoy
sir.
your break.
Yep.
To come 10, no, 11, 10. 11 past 11.
Like it going
Skills. Greetings, online and site. Okay. Yes, we are back. We are back. We are back. So the question, measurable versus manipulable. Is A of measurable? Consider like I need to know whether we have three hand washing stations, and then there are different districts or regions. I can monitor them remotely. GIS, Google, no, I can just monitor it or them remotely. Yes, and make sure that those hand washing stations are there. I can measure them, counting, but I can take a photo. When I take a photo or a video, I can keep that video instead of just having it in a Excel spreadsheet. They say hand washing, how many the other centers, the other districts. But for me, I take a photo with the GIS coordinates, the vertical information, and then keep them there. When it comes to analysis, I just use some tools to analyze without considering it as a number. That's one. Or I can keep a text. Like for let me give you an example that I did. I was in WhatsApp. They say, because of shortage of water, they say if they perceive the water is not sufficient, they do what they call a planning program. In the WhatsApp, sometimes they say the water will not be delivered to this region, this area, on the others, because there is a work progress, there is a leaking, the water was very reason the others, but they make sure that within 24 hours, there's that notification. The other thing they do is, that thing, they communicate information. How do they do that? Sometimes they put them into X. That time it was a tweet. So I had now to collect Twitter data. I addressed to Twitter Development Corporation Company. They gave me authorization, codes, and the other, and I can pull information from them and then have them on my computer. So with that information, I was able to make sure that those rationing programs were done in this, because I saw those people. I can be able to say within this month, there was 2 times they communicated that the water would be a problem.
So those things that were measurable, you know, not measurable, it was a text. It was a text. So when I use it specific, there's no way I can accommodate that I'm using each other. And yet, we are in the era just to advance, use the advanced technology. That's the reason why I say maybe next time will be accommodating monitorable indicators other than measurable. Instead of saying how many, no. Instead of saying, of saying like, no, example, was the shortage of water communicated to the population? The answer is yes. But now to measure it, it as communication, operational programs were issued and communicated to the population. So this is where I see not necessarily measurable, but maybe monitorable. It is difficult to say because if it's not measurable, it brings the thing of qualitative. So for specific, I don't think it is a to that question, your question, but when monitorable, it is measurable, and the other thing that can be managed. Instead of keeping it fixed, not flexible, you would rather maybe open it to accommodate the new advancements of the technology. Question?
Thank you, sir.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, thank you.
We can elaborate more. I feel I need to elaborate more, but after. Okay, achievable. I was quoting from another criteria, not specific. It is green. If someone can check. Am I right? You're right. Blue. Cream C. You can check it. Yeah. Cream CREAM. You can check it on your website on the internet. Cream indicators. Check cream indicators. You see how they define those. Cream. Clear, relevant, economic, monitorable. Have you seen this one?
Clear, relevant, economic,
Indicator should be precise and unambiguous, leaving no room for multiple interpretation. Indicator must allow for independent verification for credibility in the context of validation, provided that you have the corresponding method to analyze it, to allow to use it. But unfortunately, cream has not gained the popularity as it is the case for specific. If you want to learn more about that, you can go for it. There's another one instead of cream. There's another principle. I don't remember it. Okay, go back there. Achievable. You need to provide for something that is achievable. If you think that to be able to make sure that the activities are being implemented, you have to achieve using maybe aquatic means,
or technology. Why the world don't have seas and the oceans? This cannot be. Remember that we are landlocked country. We need to be realistic, relevant, linked to the objectives. Time bound. It's also difficult. If you refer to the examples we had this morning, even if you use AI, will not provide the indicators that is defined under all those criteria. You have seen the test. So that reason why I don't have to believe, to trust AI 100%. Not even it's 50%. Maybe you can trust it at 20%. It's okay, because it helps you, because most of us, of ourselves, is not our personality. So maybe it helps us maybe to craft, to use the real words. But when it comes to quality, very cautious. We have improved access what we used to be having there. But now if you want to make it smart, number or percentage of households with access to safe water within 500 meters by 2026. That's an example. Why 500? If you want, maybe if you know vision 2050 or yes, there is the way they define access to safe water in Rwanda. Either you have it in your compound, which is within 200, or you have it within 500 in the countryside, in the outside, not in town, in the areas other than towns. Okay? So here it's clearly stated. Even SDGs, I think is there. NSDI, you have this. So everything here, there is a reason it's written that way. But here we say improve access to water. Improve what does that mean? Not perfect. Okay, I see improve. From where to where? It's decided. When it comes to impact evaluation, for instance, you say increase. If I need to change the mind of we are in a country or we are in a province, in a sector, community, maybe of 1,000 people. And if those who change their mind are only 100. No. If we have the 1,000, and then the ones who change their mind, it's only 10, meaning that it's 10%. 10% of the people have changed their mind. Is that change significant? That's to be able to justify the intervention with that required funding. Those are the things you need to be judging yourself. So for me, I don't need to commit funds to be able to evaluate. If I believe that the change that would be significant would be like 30% or 50%. And then what I got instead is the 10%. There's no reason to go on with those evaluation, especially impact evaluation. But for other reasons, like accountability, even if you have had like 2%, maybe there is that reason for evaluation. Don't quote me wrong when I say when deciding to evaluate, you need to consider the achievement. You may not have had any achievement, but in the end, you commission an evaluation for the sake of accountability, to guarantee the accountability,
if there has been a corruption, to find out the responsible parties. There is that a good number of reasons. But here we are now defining indicators. Go on, please. No, before can you present? There is a do you still have it?
In my presentation.
In your WhatsApp. No, I'm not in the WhatsApp.
Name
Your name? Alisa.
Anissa.
The share. Share. In the notes, I provide some examples and some cases, like questions, just to know whether this indicator is at the output level, it's a family level. I don't know whether you saw them. Percentage household with access to safe water within 5 meters by.
So, Adam, question. Like the gold, like when they said with the gold.
Food question. How do you set the thing to be able to calculate? We'll be talking about performance indicator reference sheet. We need to have a card for each and every indicator. Identification of each indicator. The second thing is now to indicate how to measure. We precise what will be and the numerator, what will be the denominator. Contract. Stay tuned. Okay. Financial literacy. Percentage of family literacy with bank account. At least there is a numerical. It's numerical. It's measurable. Yes, you have a percentage with bank accounts. I think you have been asking how long will it take for them to achieve those. That's the reason why it's a missing part of 10 pounds. Yes. What else is this ranking? It is relevant because here we have the issue of farmers. We are tackling the issue of farmers. And then it is measurable, it is the financial sector. So now talking about bank accounts, it's obvious. Okay. Any missing part here?
I don't know if I'm a farmer, and I build about like I'm a farmer, but Pacific gave me account number, then sorted. I think throughout the indicator definition, there is a missing one name, like to me their own bank account, so that it's accountable at that level, so that we don't record the bank account which are not there.
Their own. Yes. I can say percentage come up with bank account, own. Their own bank accounts. Yes, because it's necessary for them just to be working with the financial institutions to yes. That's loan approval rate increase by which percentage, from where to where? The baseline. This is from 2 to 5. Yes. Because if you only include the percentage, it's like
even though I don't know the basics, the initial information, I will try just to do, just to help. There is that increase from where it is by 5%. That's not, that doesn't mean anything. So maybe here would be increase from the current status to the expected growth target. By which year? I said that maybe this goes with the strategic plan, but you cannot expect that everything will be done the last day. No. You can say maybe like the issue of opening account by the end of the first year, or by the end of the first 6 months or 3 months. That is the same. Okay. Here, crops reduced by. This gives an idea, an impression that they have been experiencing losses. Where are those losses standing at? Current status. No, you would like to reduce the losses.
So which percentage?
Which status? The baseline. And then by the end of the strategic plan, no, we are wondering, we are not asking this question, but now we want this to make sure that there is a way, there is a room always to improve. Here, the payment rate. Yes. We want to have the payment rate above 85% from 60% to make sure that you are doing what you already have researched, have made research for. Okay? So go back there. I think with the exercise in the logical framework, we'll do the same. This will be maybe an assignment. I wanted, but maybe I can change my mind. I wanted just to be under each caravan, but I don't think this can be easy for you. Is it possible to work together remotely and come up with something tangible? Next time, if we group, like you are board, you choose a project. And then you align this to any specific intermediate results. And then you develop the logical framework. Will you work alone or will you prefer to work in a group? The group I prefer is the current.
So that's a team.
So group of not five. Or five? But if you can work together in a five, you can also work together in a team. For sure, there is a tool Excel. I use to be training. You know, Pareto chart. Who knows Pareto chart? Pareto chart. In Excel, if you want Excel, you have Excel 2018, no, 19. Okay, explain the Pareto chart. Pareto chart is the root of 20. Yes. Pareto chart is covered by Pareto. The economist. Pareto chart depends from the principle that this is two Excel. Try to have. In Excel, it says that when in the boutique, how do you call boutique? A shop. In the shop, you have 100 articles. But in reality,
20% of those articles are contributing 80% of the revenue. The remaining 80% of the articles are contributing to the remaining 20% of the revenue. But we need to keep them there because you can't get those 80% if you don't have 80% of articles that contributing less money.
So if you remove the,
Do you get that?
if you remove the 8% of the, which contribute 20% to the project, then the other also 20% will not produce.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So, an example, if you are selling things, and if there are things you don't have in your shop, will you let your customer go elsewhere to seek those articles? No. You would rather go there and pay so much money, provided that the client does not get information from elsewhere. That's the reason why we maintain many things which don't contribute to help those few things we have to be more valuable. It's a Pareto chart. You can see it in yourself. Yes. but when you vote for majority, I said this. You know why? That's why I mentioned this. It's because I know even the five group team, the 5 member, no, in a group of 5 members, only 1 or 2 will work. Others will sit there. We not even take the lead to present. The one who did everything will be asked to present. And then it becomes to have the results. If there is a missing up, someone to pray and to shout a lot, we not be that.
I've been teaching for a long time. You have been teaching for a long time.
No, from 2018, I was the one to start training.
Yeah, we had your students.
Yes, I know. You know also. You know. No. So data, the thing I like the most. Light brown. Light, I am according to light brown. That in my email said, if you don't want to use, there's a signature I made. And then Americans used to be asking me, why? Oh, no, it was, unfortunately, it was in a USA email, which I don't have anymore. I said, if you want to use that, use mine. If you don't want to use data, I will tell you afterwards. But data, why data matters? This is the foundation of every system, especially monitoring, evaluation, and learning. It enables measurement, analysis, decision making. Without good data, indicators cannot be trusted. There is a way when you ask someone to go and correct data, you sit there, and then say, just to make sure the graphical map that is being corrected, the coordinates being corrected. There is a way to begin to monitor the data collection process automatically at the time you are correcting. And then at the end of the day, say, you know, the data corrected, you are sitting and then you know.
You know, yeah, like if you are using like a couple
or substitute makes.
Yes. You just code the question, so you cannot enter any information if you are not on the desired location.
So do the same. Do the same. When it is time. So, data. I have a specific lesson for data, but here, because I know some would like not to hear much about data, but here I would like to define data as raw information collected for analysis. The data is the information. Raw, why is it raw? Because it is the way it initially it needs to be. It was not processed. It is as it is from the respondent. Quantitative, we saw it. Quantitative also we saw it. But we may prefer the data that is collected as fresh, or you may also use the data that was collected by someone else, or data that is providing the reports. The data that is providing the reports, this is secondary. It's like what's secondary data, but collect it directly from the respondent. This is primary data. And the case of the parents, you remember the campaign, the survey done over the parents was primary data. But now the reading proficiency provided by the school's records, this was a secondary. Okay, continue. Okay. Type of the execution, I did it just to highlight that, but I wanted just here to, when it is quantitative, it is easier. But I don't even understand the reason why people here quantitative numbers. Why do you fear numbers? You don't.
Actually, most of researchers feel qualitative. They feel qualitative.
Quantitative.
Because quantitative is easy to assess.
Rather,
Qualitative.
yes.
Yeah.
Qualitative should be easier.
Yeah.
But qualitative maybe should be difficult because like you have the text. You have something that is not easily identifiable. I wanted to ask.
The problem is I'm not using my laptop. This is an example. Discrete data, it's when I count, how many numbers, how many houses were built. I see 1 or 2, but I can't have 1.2 buildings. Can you? No. If I cannot accommodate this, those data are discrete. I will explain this why I'm putting down those things, which most of the time, most of people of the continuous. If now I can allow those decimals, because I can have like if I'm measuring financial the revenue in terms of dollars, but we want to allow decimals, cents, but the dollars income or distance, I can have 1.2 kilometers, 2 something kilometers or weight grams. Income, I can have 10 and 5 and 50%. In that case, those are continuous. Okay, those are continuous. Now, when it comes to categorical data, categorical data example is I made maybe a subtraction, as I say, subtraction, high is satisfied, less satisfied, dissatisfied, and so on and so on. The other one is yes or no. Is the lady, is the male, the socio-economic categories, those are qualitative. Right? So between them we have nominal. There is a category without order. But for others, the category is the orders. I think I explained this morning. When I say subtraction level, there is level 1, level 2, level. Let's take example of socioeconomy. We used to be having, I don't know whether we still have them, category 1, category 2, category 5 or 4. But the one who is between category 1 and category 2, the difference is the same as the one who has category 4 and 3. Not necessarily, because the levels, it used as using a score. Index. So when you use them using index, those are ordinary. It's in that level because category 1 is poorer than category 2. Same poorer category than category 3. It is that order. For ordinary data. For nominal, a male or a female. Is that number of subjects taught at the university. Those are nominal. There's no order. There's no ranking. Okay. Why this matters? This determines how data is analyzed and what indicator you can use. If this course was like data management, I will go directly to visualization, to summarization of data we see. But with this one, you need to know to make sure why you prefer to use continuous or discrete or to use those ordinary data. Okay? Question on this? Say, where do you work? Your area of intervention. What the category of that? Areas of intervention. Areas of intervention. Nominal. You can say Kamuni. You can say Kigali. You can say wherever. That's nominal. But first of all, it is qualitative. It's qualitative nominal. When I say other young child. 0.5 at least. Eh? Is it? Categorical? Yes.
Quantitative.
No, qualitative. You say qualitative, right? It's an ordinal because there is that logic. There is an order. If you are a child, you are younger than other, than young, and younger than other. So this is ordinal. But when I ask the weight of the newborns, the newborn. It's a continuous.
Yeah, continuous.
Yes, it's a continuous. So when I want to know the number of visits, prenatal visits. Discrete. Why? Because I'm not expecting someone who has to pay a half day. Yes. Okay. So the reason why I need to know them, name preliminary for why including in your monitoring evaluation plan. This will the data analysts will consider them to choose the correct tools to use. Okay? Yes.
So what constitutes the natural physical contact? I was about to say ordinary, because it says the number of required prenatal contacts are known.
I know. Yes.
So if they are known, means there is an existing order of them. Either I'm coming on the first or I'm coming on the fourth.
Yes.
So they are already defined, they are known. I was looking this sentence to say that ordinary.
Okay.
Is it the case or?
Yes.
I was wrong.
Good question. No, I can't say wrong. There's no wrong answer. But someone to help us understand. Yeah, number of prenatal visits are known. That's true. There is good people. Okay, they are not their age. Yes. Sometimes the mom needs to go with her husband. There's that logic. But why did this one?
Because I just want. Can you perform like service and go to the eight?
So, yes, you can. Sometimes if you come at the first contact now, then I give you appointment for the second and you don't show up. Then the next you don't show up. Once you will come and I know your gestational age, I can say she's coming today for the second contact, but really she could be at the 7 or 8.
So, but I would just want to, are you counting that one as the fourth one or the second visit?
Once I will report that lady, I will say she made two contacts already. The one was at the first contact.
But if I can compliment you, there is a requirement for the first visit. You need to be having this the pregnancy. I don't know, the first week or something. There is that weeks.
Yeah.
So meaning that if you miss the visit of the 14 weeks, then you come for the last one is the 37. This will be called the 8th. But in reality, in what we see, it is the second. The test to answer the question.
That's what I wanted, because you can, there is way, because normally you categorize data based on how we want to display results.
Yes.
So you may say, I want just to assess which prenatal visit parents don't often use. Then you see in your data, you see that the parents who just visit their maximum, we don't see them because we don't want to analyze them because they are qualified. But those one who have like 2 or 3, which one they most come?
Yeah, actually, this is the current level we are with the visiting. We are measuring at which order of the contacts many mothers are coming or are missing. Because in our existing report, we are saying at least 97 of our mothers attend at least one visit, but we don't know which one is the most contacts. So we are there. That's why I was lost to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Now to come back to the question. What is any quantitative? It has order. When I say I spent 15 kilometers walking, and then the other I spent I've used maybe 20. Is that not meaning that the one who walked 20 kilometers walked longer than I did? Meaning there is that logic, that order. The same applies here and there. So here, to apply here, we're just borrowing from there, but to auditor, it's like quantitative missing, which is the order it has, they share the same order, but what they miss here is that between numbers, the distance is not consistent.
Yeah, but you can also even complicate it. Yeah, you walk like 15 minutes, but you walk 2.5 kilometers. Someone also walked 10 minutes, walked 3 kilometers. Yeah, you can even.
But we have to put just complicated things simple. Is that ordinary, it's quantitative, that can be a little bit interpreted as quantitative, with the only difference that the distance between numbers is not consistent, it's not static. Okay? And you can transform quantitative into qualitative. H is by nature. H. Okay. It depends on the way you want to change it. Yes. That's all in 6 months. So maybe put it here in continuous would make more sense. Okay? But I can say instead of just numbers, discrete number, continuous number. I say under 5, between 5 and 10, between 10 and 12. So in that case, it gives now. Yes. Okay. Now we go on with the next. Data sources and data quality. Data sources is where we have data from. You can have them from surveys, as we said. But surveys, I don't know whether for those who work in the organization. Today, do you commission surveys? You know people who can help you with that? Consultants.
Yes. Okay. So either you work for surveys or you work for routine monitoring. The data collect from your staff or reports. Administrative reports, official reports, schools, the health and all that. Sometimes you can use expert insights. Just to have key informative interview. You just target someone with the right knowledge. For instance, if you go like in the community for issue related to health, there are community health workers, you have someone in charge at the community level, at the health facilities. So you just target that individual and then you ask, because you know that key person, the key contact person. Focus group, just have a group discussion of people. Now, why this matters is because when a question in the group, it's what we are doing. When he asks question, someone responds, someone else responds, and then the other one responds, and then we see the headings. Yes.
I think the group can influence the
Others.
trend.
You need to, that is why he said it may be complicated, may be difficult. Yeah. But there is a when you perceive that people may not be giving correct information, you ask other questions, probing questions. Yes, question to have the law. And then not necessarily you will be using only this. Sometimes you use focus group discussion on this one in addition to something else like to survey. And then the data you collect, you collect it from survey, you know, and then you compare them with the results from the qualitative exercise you just did. You are also allowed to use observation. But when using observation, you need to keep evidence. Which evidence do you have of observation? Photos. Now, if there is no photo, there is nothing happening. Our sisters are good at that. Yes, next. But I saw some sisters who don't like photos. Okay, quality. Data may vary depending on from institution to institution. For example, for example, we had like five qualities of data, but so for other organizations, you can have some specific. But in reality, when you try to define them, you will see some. You will see. That should be reflecting reality correctly. For instance, if for you to measure indicator, you need to take a weight to measure the weight, like those children, and that's like nutrition. And nutrition, how are you? Nutrition. Is it still confidential or not? It's not. How do you measure the weight? Make it Okay, continue. Common data quality issues. Missing or incomplete data. Recently, someone asked me the issues and the challenge I have. Sometimes when you go for a data analysis, you think when you have data saying it's okay. That's good. But before you analyze, you spend a lot of time processing that, checking whether that is complete or not, is accurate, you know, that. So when you have to do something, like in the case of missing complete data, you need to justify a process you go through, because someone will be reading your report, your article. The first question will ask, how did you treat your data? How quality was that data? So this may take long time just to do this. For instance, let's give an example. Okay, let's speak for the same example. The issue of weighing the weight of under 5. You are measuring it monthly. And for any reason out of your control, there is a missing weight for a particular amount. How do you do business? How do you do the things? What will you do? You have now to present a report or a form, complete a form. You will ask for better information for the entire year, and you have 2 missing information. The month for the April and August. That's an example. What will you do? Do you leave it as this, or what else can do? Average. So meaning that the age of April will be the same as August. You will be calculating the average of the month closer to the missing.
That's what correction.
Yes, that can be done.
And they use the existing data, or the better file, and the information. So, as she said, she may calculate the average for the missing 2 months, and it will be okay based on where she projected that. But in the circumstances, I need to start stick on existing data so that I can use that existing information, and I may be allowed to highlight that 2 months are missing the data because of the purpose of analyzing that information.
Okay, what I get from there is just before doing anything, check to understand the reason why. You have to see. If you think this was okay, there are four Rodriguez. I think you will remind me. There are 4 instances of missing that. There is missing on random basis, or missing not on random, or missing. There are 4. I don't remember them. Statistically, you just make statistical tests. If you believe this missing was random, so meaning replacing it, it's okay. But if you consider, let's give me an example. I was, which example can you make it? I was asking information about the age of an individual. I can see people filling out their age, but every young girl has not filled their age. What does that tell me?
It tells me that this was confidential information asked for a young lady. Because a young lady would not like to disclose his age because other factors, confidential. Yes. So this is not at random. This was done on a purpose. There's no need to replace. Yes. You made the combination. You made the combination, but you're not the only one to make that, because the indicator was put forward, and then it was agreed upon by with the donor. So maybe you need to discuss the other way to do it. You may say, I'm young, I'm married, not married, instead of asking age. You are underage, you are after, you are, you can check if the means of that's approaching the same question. The 4 ways, yeah, okay, good. The 3. Okay, the 3, okay. Are you?
So for me, I've seen correctly, missing completely at random.
Completely at random, yes.
Missing at random, and missing not at random, and structurally missing.
Structure, I don't know. I know the 3 you mentioned, the other one, I don't know, because, yes. Okay. The thing is, you can miss data because this was done randomly. There's no control. There's no one with intention. But there is not at random. It means that there was a hand. The Smiths, Adam Smith hands. Invisible hand. Yes, that one. There is an invisible hand. Adam Smith. Or there is a missing note completely at random. Okay. So those stories, you need to be able to tell them. If you don't have the skills to deal with those things, you have a statistician. You have people with the quantitative methods, skills. The skills that to deal with the quantitative method, to deal with the missing values. Okay. So the second common is inaccurate data. When I touch it goes. Inaccurate reporting. There is a training also I provide. How do we report statistics? The numbers, how do we report them? Remember, I read this point. Do you remember that traditionally, this was the case for my research. Traditional reporting. It's called, was it? Okay. Traditionally, reports being evaluation monitoring were 80% text and less than 20 with visual aids. Was that true? This is what it was. But with the new change, in considering that human being is not good at reading. That's the reason why they make it's a summary, they make a 1 big summary, there is executive summary, there is things that they do. But still, people don't like to read. But human beings prefer to see. The reason why we need to accommodate more visuals in our book. That's the reason why we are here to provide for the capacity development needs using visuals. So, inaccurate reporting may be reporting with the unreliable information or data, but also the data that is not treated, that is not presented, reflected in the real or appropriate frame of appropriate templates. Delays in data submission. This is a common. Do you experience the same? What do you do if your partner, your stakeholder, like if you experience those delays? What do you do? No, you don't provide what you have. Okay, you say timeline. You say monthly reporting. I expect to receive 10 days after the end of the month or 15. You have to do quarterly. I don't know whether it's 30 days or something. But if they still fail to provide, to submit those reports, what do? You cut their money, cut down their money. Eh? Every time we will be understanding the issues. Especially. Is there any description you accept or don't accept?
If it's a requirement, so the delay can happen, but at the end of the day,
I think that when they have a delay in submitting the report, there will also be a delay for you to submit to other donors or partners. So this is a vicious cycle. So how do you deal with those kind of issues? Because they need to be solved once again. Because you are dealing with institutions, not individuals. There's no point for partners not to report. You get?
It's not busy elsewhere, another.
Okay.
Maybe you can just use like a automatic reporting mechanism.
Or is make it easy, make the reporting framework or template easier, or at least like flash reports. You may ask the key information because working with partners, I understand you. Not it's not unusual that they delay. That is the reason why that is the reason why when you are setting timeline, you also give you a buffer timing. Not flexibility, don't take them that flexibility. For yourself. Yes. You ask them 10 days after the end of the month. But in reality, for you, you are reporting 30 days after the end. Just want that buffer time. For me, I haven't seen, because our reporting was attached with the financing, for financial report. If they want to have additional advance, if they delay, it's okay. But for other technical aspects, they just provide flash information. Of course, flash information it doesn't mean informal. Because they may give you information, and after what they say, the information is provided is not formal, so I need to change. And then the change is now is proposed after you have also already submitted your report. That's fine. So you need to be smart enough with yourself. For instance, like before we closed this said, I was receiving 12 reports from meaning I was to receive monitoring and evaluation reports from 12 organizations every quarter. And then the data information, okay, there is a common system or online robot system, just they need to submit the information, the report. Verify them with the information, provide feedback until I approve the reports. And I know it was a nightmare. Sometimes they provide information, physically they are smart, but what they do, something is not smart. Inconsistent methods. Today, he used this method. The other day used in another one. You have a question?
You said that about carriers developer time. To say you are a manager on those kind of data, but unfortunately, what if you don't reach to your target time, what you can do at the end of the day? For example, make it clearly. If your above time is 10 days, but you tell your manager 13 days, mean that you give 10 days between. At the end, you have like 40 days without your creating data, your analyzing data. What you can do to apologize to your manager?
Oh, you are asking on the side of the reporter?
Yes.
Or someone who needs to be submitting the report. Simply saying that there is an agreement between the two institutions. Reporting requirement is there. By 15 days after the end of the quarter or hour, we'll be reporting. Failure to report will be the basis to review of cooperative agreement. So unless it is something unusual that the donor should have been aware of, if she's already know, if he is or she is aware of, no problem, because this is shared information. But if this cannot be justified and be accepted by the donor, you will be, a donor will be victim of yourself. The funding will be cut. Simply not reporting means there has been embezzlement, the fund deviation, and other kind of manipulation.
This needs to be clear from the beginning. That's why the design paper is where the such discussions need to be agreed upon, because sometimes we tend to have like we used to have those delays, and once we go back in the design, we didn't have that discussion to agree. And this is one of the areas because who are interested to be in the embassy. We need to,
Please understand. Please pay
we
attention.
need to like to stand on our forehead.
Yes.
Use this. Because if you are the mayor coordinator, you need to be there, if possible, in the designing phase. Because those timelines need to be clear since then. And the consequences that would follow if any delay happens. Because the accountability matters in the project implementation.
Yeah.
So if those timelines are not well coordinated, and there is a kind of overlaps, that's where the problem like came. Because you may ask someone to report on the 10th day after the month elapsed, and it's the same day you need to report on the upper level. So this is the issue where the issue arises. So meaning that at the designing level, it's where our eyes would be opened up to see is it effective of energy on the different timelines.
Yes. If not on the design phase, during the design phase, it's the time you discussed to cooperate, to collaborate. When you sign, before signing the memorandum of understanding or cooperative agreement, you need to accept the timeline that are feasible, that are workable. Otherwise, you are not pleasing the donor when accepting just the set timeline when you really know you cannot make them. Just tell them the truth. This cannot be possible.
You know, this actually happened with elections in our country like Lagos. We were able to go get a little contract from the ECC as the elections coordination committee. So we were about 20 persons. So we have few of our colleagues who were sound in sort of far to which areas. But the issue of network it's actually delayed the job and even those donors or our bosses that we were working with, we're actually working with. They feel angry because they need to report in time before even the election result. So what happened after collecting up the data because we're actually concerned with the issue about electoral violence. We want to know the turnout and the result from some of the centers ourselves. So right after collecting the data, we feel the program was some of our gas and some in the rural areas. Because they get us their own computer. After just send and we will package it, ready to send it and send to them. They will be prepared and present before they announce the election result. So after all, to get a gas from the rural areas to send us information, the data from there, was very difficult. I have to call no way. After 2 days in action, we needed a day to send a report. The following day, the whole package down and report the video announced it. After 2 days, they sent data from the rural areas. Who are angry?
Yeah, I think that was a special case. It was a crisis one. But in normal circumstances, this is what we are discussing. There's no reason to fail to submit a report. If you fail to report, it means that there are questions. Even the implementation is questionable. If you are executing your activities, your activities as a work plan, there's no point for you to not report. Because you are not inventing. You are reporting what you've done. And again, you are a team. If you are an individual, it's okay. But for you, yeah, the election happens. It's a crisis, something unusual. Yeah, I understand that. But for normal circumstances, there's no reason. If you have not worked with the organization, be mindful that when you start you're working with any organization, reporting is key. Yeah. No reason for reporting. You may sometimes you may be like lying you are sick, you fall sick, and then you go with your computer. How can you say you are now enjoying your weekend when you have not reported?
The question is about data quality. And sometimes in some organizations, there are some expectations or wishes from the bosses. So how to link data quality and wishes or expectations from the bosses?
The data quality, the wishes.
And the wishes and the expectations.
Okay, simply saying that. So this afternoon, I think, we'll be discussing indicator influence sheet. It's like identification of every indicator. We need to define indicator. Indicator need to be defined with a clear description, written down, not defining like orally. No, it needs to be clearly stated. The way it is, it needs to be measured. It needs to be written. Target there. Also, person needs to be there. So there's nothing to hide. So someone will be having a different expectation from what is already written down there. Being your chief, your supervisor, say, sorry. For me, the way I understand this indicator is was provided in the main plan. So I did it according to the main plan, unless I'm mistaken.
Sometimes
full stop.
There's a different this. Even maybe sometimes a boss can say that I want this and this and this. And then it's sometimes the same.
Okay, okay. This may be others can help us. Say, how do you manage like the conflicts that can happen between you and the supervisor?
Between that and the expectations.
What is the expectation of data? The expectation of data is the target. They say the baseline, the status is at 20%. So the target is 25 or 30%.
So what else could be the expectation? I can't understand it. Because maybe the way to do it, he may think that he's a newcomer, and then he say, the way I used to be doing things, you need to be doing this and that. You is subject to judge. He's your host. But the judgment you'll be making would not compromise the definition of indicators, because the definition was agreed upon with your donor. And then when the donor is not satisfied, they won't ask your supervisor, your host. They will say there is a name person there. Sometimes when you approach him, he doesn't want to help. Now it's up to him, give him the mic. And then the boss will say, why can't you respond to that question? Then leave you with the rest. Yes. So you need to be smart. Sometimes you, for me, I'm glad because my career, I was mostly working with the international people with different culture. This is good. Because working with different colors, you know how to behave. You know where to ask questions. And then the most important thing I learned is that I don't have to keep quiet when there's something I'm not clear with. Because if you judge me wrongly because I ask, it's up to you. But I know if I don't ask and then commit an error, the serious error can engage my organization. I will be like I'm at the position of even of losing my other opportunities I have. So for me, I need to ask. Yes, I have something I'm not clear with. I ask. And then with the newcomer, we used to be asking, okay, can you, when we are welcoming him, we say, what kind of your management style? Is just to go for a visit. Okay, there is a website. If you are preparing for a field visit, data quality assessment, meeting with governor, I will take like one visit per month, and then when I'm going for a visit, this is what I require. I need like big notes, diplomatic notes, just to explain, to prepare the speech, all the other things, so that everything be there. And once you know, he's managed to be smart in making him satisfied, keeping him satisfied. Okay? Ask. Duplicate that. Who knows to do the duplicate using Google Sheet. Type of spreadsheet. No, that is secondary. You know that? Yes. Also, using. Okay, next. Improving. The keywords. All start with defining a clear indicators. Remember SMART. Time bound, relevant, completeness. So you make sure if complete percentage increase of this by it makes clear that I'll come back, I come there, and then I arrive there, and then be able to verify. The way the version is called data quality assessment. I did a lot.
verification. But also you need to train to train. Either the operators, you are in an organization, you need to make sure staff involved know how, will you come back? No. Oh, okay. You need to train the staff to make sure they are aware, they understand indicators. In an indicator, it's a Bible. Okay, put it otherwise. In the different one. The main plan includes indicators, learning, evaluation, whatever things, the frameworks and that, but there is a part which will be subject to this, the next, because in the next session, we'll do everything in Excel. No more text. No, with a concrete example. So they will try to build like a system. Of course, it's Excel. Excel, I didn't want just to go for like Power BI and the other, but Excel, it's a common spreadsheet that everyone has, so we'll be using that. So you need to train whoever is involved in this process of data collection. Don't assume it has done statistics or data science or project management. Make it as a culture. So I was saying that the Bible is that the main plan. Use standardized tools. Use tools that can be that offer more assurance. And then proceed with the data point assessment. Okay, the one that you had missed I forgot that time. Triangulation. Triangulation. Do you know triangulation? Yeah. So they use different methods. That's for the same thing. If there is a missing value, ask the data collector. You may also ask where the information was collected from. How beneficial? You ask. When you are analyzing, and then you see something unusual, try to use a different method. That's triangulation. So, I want you to keep this. Good data. But poor data, poor. Yes. What decision? Next. Yes. Okay. I was thinking that. No, not really. Okay. Well, you can talk about supervisor. Before you start with that, you have a washing station or built. You come in that. What do you think? What do you think this would take? Do you think this would take like the whole day? It's like an observation. Just go there and then take it and then come back. It depends. But if it is something that you need to measure, of course, if you need to go with the scales, of course, with them, after they find they are working properly, then it's remember again that we need to accommodate rationality, economic principle. So we need to we don't have limited number of needs. We have limited number of needs. Resources that are not sufficient. So you need to be efficient in what you are doing. The part, maybe if you want to put it differently, you may say you need to be using adequate and relevant time device. For anyone like you who would come after or before, who can before,
and then do the same exercise. So I think the quality depends on the time you spend on it, but rather it depends on whether the information is really relevant to the objective of the intervention, is specific to what you are making, and then it is time bound. And the other is so smart. Any further question? Yeah. What others think? Does the quality depend on the time you take when collecting data? Hmm? That's the reason why I said you need to use adequate or relevant time, the appropriate time. Yes? Okay, any further questions before we go for the break? Yes, after we go, we deal with cross-cutting. Additional question on data? I'm curious to know the proficiency you have in using Excel. Excel is something that is continuously improved with the tools that can help people do their business. For me, there is a key, I said, when I was developing my memoir, it's not a memoir, it's a memoir where I stated the 9 skills for any expert in mountain liberation. I say you should be having proficiency using Excel. Don't rush and then go say, me, I know Python. What Python will help you with if you're not a scientist? Just learn Excel. Excel has Excel toolbox, two parts. Mr. The one who stated the Pareto. You know, Excel toolbox. It's like software in Excel. You can perform regression, statistical analysis in Excel. Excel toolbox. You know it? Where it is?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Let's do back. Have you seen it? Rabbit. Go there to see it. No. Okay. Stay. You know, there's something else, but I want to make the case. If you want to run software, start with Excel. Excel will help you to anyone. If you want addition, work for software that can help you in visualization, because visualization will Excel works, not advanced. Dylan, Power BI, or Tableau. If you want statistical package, okay, this is very good. For me, because my best is started. But I also R. It has so many things. It keeps being improved. But now for survey, how to go to rules for quantitative evidence. Or you can have data like those look like I don't know. Maybe there is a atlas, there's any people. It's like it's a all dictated. Oh, should be good. Should be good. Yes. So don't rush and then go for those complicated, and then the thing you need to go. Why there is Excel? Excel perform instant using Excel. Except two books. No, two pack. Two pack. This, you know, except two pack. Okay, next time I will show you how it is. You know, you know. Yes. So don't rush the go for those complicated. Use Excel and you'll be able to develop a complicated and comprehensive system of your hours, of yours. And then this will help you do your monitoring facility program. Thank you. It's time, my friend. No more. No more. Okay, see you at 2.
Sing it.
Why you guys?
The nice one.
I don't know.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Please.
Okay.
Any question from the morning?
Okay.
Up.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Any feedback from the lunch? Very helpful. The people want to stand way through. Very from that's one. Mm. How can you respond to that? There's no intention. So no, there's an error when typing the data. There are two columns. Instead of just putting it on this column, just code it in the other one. So it's not that it wasn't done with the intention. How do you call it? It's not a missing. No, but I would like to know if you put the information to the wrong column. What did you put on the right column?
Is there another wrong information?
You no, because you were supposed to be filling something on this column, this cell. Instead of putting it, you put in this cell. What was supposed to be here? Where is it? You get it?
I'm saying, for example, you are voting by error from which you
No.
in the column. For example, like you report that people like HIV incidents. You report like you are having like 500 new cases. Despite the could be zero. And then you find yourself reporting that has in the column which doesn't belong to that. Yeah, by using like Excel, for example.
Okay, it's okay. So there is an error. There's a human here. Before calling qualifying it, how can you track it? How can you know there was an error there? To know that, to detect that. Next step. This made me say something you have to say. Whenever you have a data sheet with you, try to understand. First of all, understanding it starts with recognizing the category of data. It's quantitative, it's not quantitative. And when you're smart enough with Excel, as I think you have attended one of the sessions with that organized by the professor, you'll be able to summarize that. The way to know some key insights of data is now to summarize. To summarize, there are criteria for summarization. When you put this, the Excel, this was not part of this session. I was talking about Excel 2 part. Then it calculates for you the means. You get to know the mean average. And for instance, if this was like IQ, what is the expected mean of IQ? IQ, no? You know that, you know the average for that? Okay, let me connect that some. You are measuring the temperature, the human body temperature. It is expected to be 36. And then you calculate the average. You see it is 38. Do you see it normal?
No.
And there is another way to make it go to the transition. You see how the data goes. Sometimes those are statistics, basic. There is a way the data, the distribution of data should be looking like. If you see it exhibits some unusual patterns, start especially for that. Unfortunately, this was not the purpose of this class. So not only that, the other way you can just simple knowledge of the minimum, the maximum, except that. When you see in the temperature, the minimum is 12. Can you have someone with the temperature of 12 Celsius? It's not in this one. It's hard. So that is that question. So those are the kind of things you need to be doing for you to get familiarity with data, which will give you the education and the guidance to what will be your next steps. I know you're not data analyst. I know some are, but patient there. I know that when you have the data collected for indicators, you start discussing it. The discussion will give you some insights as to know whether data is normal or not. This is where you will be also be able to detect those missing values. For instance, the example is talking about the price of bread. The thing is called the bread in the morning. You know, you already know. I think you get across to the way it is written like 10,000. A bread. Is that? Is it a low bread or paying for something? Just that question. Something unusual may be an outlier. Outlier, there is a way to deal with that. But if you are not familiar with the way to do it, ask someone who can provide who can help you. So for your question, you recorded the information in the wrong column. You will see it when you generalize that data. You will see that the average is different to what you are expecting. When you check the minimum and the maximum, you will see something different. I don't mention standard deviation. Standard deviation is a variability of the data within the data set or a distribution. If it is high, the data is varies a lot. The data has a higher variation. So those are the things. But for you, just inspect the data column by column. If you have that column, the data sets, it could be like 10, 15, 20, and you get across to a case where there's 100. Why 100? With Excel, you can also do the same. There is what they call data conditional formatting. Yeah, conditional formatting can just detect something that is not normal. Okay. Yes, cross-cutting issues. Cross-cutting issues ensure many systems are inclusive, fair, and sustainable. Remember that we talked about ethics, we talked about behavior, the things that we need to be considering to help in implementation. So here, inclusivity. Inclusive means that everyone sees him or herself there without any harm. If you are now
trying to help vulnerable people get their homes. And then we built like a big block, like three floors, and then you ask people to join, and then you give them the keys to the house. Think of those who cannot, who have mobility issues. Who can just go through stairs. That's inclusive. Don't pretend that everyone will do, don't consider that everyone can do similar things the same way. Because some can do it easily, some cannot do it easily. The fairness and equity, what do you mean by equity? What do you think equity is? The same opportunity. That's the quality.
If I understand equity, it's providing the fair opportunity to people, but according to how they are able to receive the, for example, like the way you were talking about that example, if you want to give the opportunity, each, for example, the one you're thinking about.
The homes.
Yes. Yes, that the person who will not be able to access
More.
more. You have to make sure that that person will also get another advantage so that they will be able to move. So in that case, you are not just giving the same opportunity, but adding that advantage to that person so that they will be able to access the same thing.
That's the reason why in Rwanda, sometimes the issue of gender has been misunderstood. So, especially for gender. I know there is a friend whom we, I think we, like 1 year, but he used to be training in the public area, explaining at a very hard city. But for men, I'm addressing to the men who are here. What if the wife can direct you towards the family's ultimate goal? What if you women, someone can direct you, and then you achieve what you was expected? I leave it with you. So equity, I think, comes in those areas. Who can do this the best on our behalf? If I think Mado can do it because she's skilled, she's the most skilled person here, I don't need to start analyzing she's a female, she's from there or there, but let us look to the ultimate goal. When you start thinking that way, you're thinking it's related to because you're giving to whom is supposed to be receiving it and making good use of it. Otherwise, it's just sustainability. It's among those kind of issues we need also to be catering for. Align, of course, we are not just considering cost-cutting issues for the sake of considering it, because this is something that is provided by our guiding or global standards, like strategic development goals, national strategies. I think everyone can see it. Yes, and then it helps
ensure that no one is left behind. Next, I think you know that. Cross-cutting issues, things that applies across all the project activities, gender differences, laws, access between women and other gender minorities. Oh, equity, I was asking, well, I have it here. Fair access to services, especially for vulnerable groups, and youth engagement. Those are the cross-cutting things. Okay, let us go. I'd like maybe to have a time to discuss the assignment for next study, for next week.
As no, sustainable.
As cross-cutting.
Cross-cutting element. So, I used to run, once we are setting those indicators, there are such people who choose the smooth indicators because they are capable to achieve them. But they don't look at that sustainability. So in some projects we had in the county, we had those projects that came and use a lot of money. But once you see back the outcome, they are no longer available, if I may say. So in my working institution, once we are setting any indicator, my boss always asks us, do you think whatever you are planning to achieve, is it sustainable? To share this, because we have been reading those planning process and so on, to having that word sustainable, it guides us in our thinking. Whatever we are planning to achieve, is it sustainable? Because we are serving for the community. We are serving for the beneficiary, especially those vulnerable groups. So wherever you are sitting as MLE or data analyst and so on, and we are setting a goal, ask yourself first, is this sustainable? If you see there is no that sustainability in terms of your goal or your achievement are not resting for a while, ask the team to pause and reflect again. Because in the MLE, because we want to run our project quickly, we choose to get very smooth and raw having fruits. Why we should go and make some money and we think together to have a kind of sustainability whatever we are setting.
Good point. Good point. Is it sustainable? Whatever you do. But for donors, you are. Sometimes donors are the one who claim to implement sustainable interventions to bring that kind of sustainability, but in reality, they would like to make you always dependent. Dependent, yes. So, what is in writing sometimes is not what is in practice. You are giving soft skills, soft knowledge, and then when it comes to, because sustainability would come with infrastructure. Okay, not in all cases, but most cases. So, for example, the water wash. Instead of just supplying water where there is no water, they just come and then teach how to wash your hand. And you just ask people to prepare a balanced diet. You just provide those kitchen garden and all that. But those kind of gardens are productive in the rainy season. What happens if it turns to be in the sun, in the dry season? There is no funding for that. So
as Rwandan or other Africans, sometimes there is a, okay, a donation or a grant. We are always in need of grants, yes, but is this grant helping us to have sustainable things? I don't know. This is something I need to make me understand, you understand, but what can we do about that?
Yeah, it depends on
Drivers.
Sustainability drivers. We must make sure that all sustainability drivers are applied at the beginning of the implementation of the project. One is local partnering. Make sure that when you leave, there is a project in the hands of the local partner. Second is the ownership of the community. When you do, I was discussing with a guy, when you do a project, develop a project which is not sustainable for the it is not a requirement of the needs of the community. It will not be sustainable. I was giving an example where people in some countries very far from in Rwanda, people in the village could not fetch water very far. But sorry for giving that example. The reality which happened there. Then when people could make like 1 kilometer to fetch water, the donor assumed that when she or can drink water near the home, it can be a solution. But remember that also they have a shelter. Those shelter was like a tent in the refugee camp. So they are like a tent. Yes. Was time for relationship when children go to fetch water. It was the time
Socialize.
to socialize mother and father. They bring water near the home. They cut the water pipe. Then we designed the project and asking the community to do the assessment. What happened if the project could be sustainable in the community? But in the project seemed to be interest. For some designing and assessing, they found that before constructing water supplies, they should go back for parents, that they can socialize even during the night, not when they send children. So if that example is young children who are not
Thank you for bringing this because I'm sick almost. But now, yes. Okay, good. We have different stories similar to that. And there was also a project with the for people who live in the forest. Because of the enemies, they suffer from heart attack and the pneumonia. So the project is thinking that maybe if they need shelter there, so this guy will just go in a day there. But they just build the houses, put them in forest, everything, then they closed. The following day, when they came back to see what happened, not all the doors were removed. No, why? Because okay, they're suffering from those kinds of issues. When they are attacked by an animal or some other predator, they can just, it is easier for them to just escape. But when you close, you keep them there in, you can't escape. You see, those guys. It's a trap. It's like a trap. So I think the issue is within the design. They need assessment. The problem identification. It's where the issue is. Yeah. Yes. I mean, that's what happened.
I contribute in this.
Yes.
I think this sustainability can be defined in two ways.
Mhm.
Explain what you're saying. There is sustainability in terms of engaging the community. And I would also see sustainability in terms of financing of projects.
Yeah.
So there are many cases like this USAID and Belgium withdraw funding.
In a bill.
In a bill, like they made us see a weakness that we have had ignored for so many years. But so many NGOs have now closed completely because all their lives were dependent on the funding. Now, so when we look at when we talk about sustainability, it also goes with, it should also go with, but if this funder is no longer here, would this project still be sustained? Will this project be still ongoing? Because many NGOs will be having a 2-year program, and when those 2 years are finished,
They
can never
go.
see them anymore.
That's true. That's a good point. But remember that the sustainability is built not within 1 year. You need to have a sustainability plan. Sustainability plan as a living document.
Yeah. That's just what I wanted to complement, because it starts by the problem identification. Because if you assume that I need the cow, for example, to increase my, let me say, my milk, to increase the health of my family, so I can have like the milk for my kids. But you didn't thought, how am I going to feed that cow? So you give me the cow, but the next day I will fail to feed it. Then I will abandon the cow. Go back.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's a good point. For me, talking about development, I have several stories. I come to us to wonder whether if your sustainability or development are helping the poor is a good thing to get there. But those are my, don't quote me. I'm wondering, when you have in front of you a beneficiary who is just the real poor, the way you can understand the poverty, someone who cannot have food, don't have shelter, someone who doesn't want to have clothes. So to help him from the poverty status to the prosperity, is it something that you can think you can have like a clarity on when you start just helping him or her?
First of all, you need to understand why he is in that state. So, which took him or her there. so that you help him or her to tackle those issues, because before you give him a house or you give him a cow and a field, but
He just kills.
yeah, exactly.
Yes. Difference to us.
Yeah, because first of all, you need to understand why that guy or that man or woman is there in that state. So then tackle that before you give let me say physical object or some property.
Look at it in a different way. Do poor people need donations or they need a source of income?
Good question.
Because if someone is poor, most likely they don't have a consistent source of income, a decent income. If poor people got jobs and pay them well, they can buy themselves. If they need, they can buy themselves the livestock. If they need, they can build themselves the house. It's not like they don't want the house. But when you bring a house that they don't have something to eat from it, then you're doing the wrong.
Let me give you a concrete example I did with. There was, I was just working on the environmental project to protect the National Park of Nyungwe and Volcanoes National Park and the other forests. But to be able to achieve the goal, we should also consider people living by those national parks because they are the main threats. Yes, and the many of the population living near those parks used to be living inside. And then what to do? You need to buy them like a cloth. Most of them, they don't have clothes. Then give them like a goat or an animal for them just to help them maybe in agriculture, in animal growing, something like that. And what supplies us is I need to eat to kill the goat, but I know it's forbidden. So I need now to have it to the accidental area, so that when the goat is dead, I can have it easily. We also gave them like a plot, they first of they grow maize. When they have the harvest, we celebrate it. But let alone, they should also grow potatoes. Then they say, when we cannot go for next action since we still have the producer for the previous sessions. Yeah. So this was a very complicated issue. And then this made me think, maybe the poor people, we need to treat them differently. Even if the employment opportunity you are talking about, most of them will not accept it because their thinking cannot go beyond one day or 1 week. Yeah. So it's only for food. If you would like him to think otherwise, I don't think this will be easy. And then again, maybe the poverty touches the money. That's why you have behavior change. Behavior change and the process. Yes. So this is a challenge in the development. It is not a clear cut. Maybe you are talking about ESA, and the ESA has been in existence for more than 60 years in one. You are talking about some organizations, after the closure of SNP, they are suffering. Okay, if suffering, why you have received grants more than like 30 million in less than 10 years?
30 million and
No, US dollars. And then you're still suffering in only 1 year. So that's the reason why I say the issue of sustainability relies mostly in the heights in the planning of the donors and the grantees also. They have not done their job. What they did is only accepting without thinking around. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure. I'm right. I may be wrong. So we always talk about sustainability. That's good. We have sustainability plan drafted by consultants and experts. That's good. But I don't know whether this is realistic or not. But we still continue to talk about sustainability. I believe that we can change the situation.
That's why I brought this to our attention, because we shall be like playing a key role in those
Us.
yeah, as we have. To be sincere as Rwandans, Liberians, and so on, wherever you are acting, you are supporting, you are serving the community. Whoever is coming with money, at least stand on your forex, as I say, and think beyond the box. Whatever we are implementing now, as the donor wishes, is this sustainable? If you can have a voice put on the table, put it there, because some donors are coming with money, but they are looking for their benefits, not the beneficiaries' benefits. So if this sustainable as a constructing element, at least we know it stand on behalf of those beneficiaries. Whatever we are implementing, whatever we are monitoring, at least is surviving. So that they will have stayed like surviving after this donor is out. And this is the element Rwanda is using. Whoever is coming in that now, the first question is this: whatever you are supporting now, suppose this evening you are not there, is it sustainable? And for your information, there are some donors who are bringing money, but if they miss this capacity to say it's sustainable at this level,
Checklist.
with your money. Because we have been running a lot, people have been coming to support us and so on, but once they are not there, everything is gone. So if you are not able to make any sustainability plan and so on,
Okay, yeah, for the sake of time, just 1 minute.
Yeah, let me appreciate more. I think there's something I added to my attention. This, look at the district at home. I'm from district 2. We have the community forest. But sometimes when it does it's our people to give them the color. So the borders are there because of the deplorable condition. So they say, okay, we can help you place a road. While we place a road, we make use of the forest. Imagine, give all the forest and we'll recondition all the roads. Remove of forest. But imagine, how will you take a loss from the forest and if you place a road? How will you handle the loss? So you need to face the road.
Yeah.
So now people are going to give it, it's not.
I want to fix the code. Yeah, that's true. So I remember the time of Joint Action Forum, JAF. The JAF of Nyamagabe. This was in 2008, I think. The time Myanmar used to be mayor of Nyamagabe. I left the JAF that time. Every donor should data can was required to comply, and then the big line of the district development plan. You can admit that you just come with a sack of money, a bag of money, and then say you'd like to do this. No, go away with your money. We have a development plan. which goes collaborated and with the partners. If you want just to go there, if not, go elsewhere. So we should be doing the hero because accepting software, it's like we are paying for our property. If you are accepting message. Okay. So now the consulting issues, area, gender, you need to disaggregate the data. The data they collect, have a global data, but you need to disaggregate. If it is with a percentage of women accessing services, okay, this is the data, but now you have data of sex disaggregated data. Ask to know those areas because you may, when you combine them, you may not see any issue, but when you disaggregate, you have that issue. Why don't you can't get the issue? Why you aggregate? It's the downside of the average. No, a downside of the average. Average, it's not the standard that don't shine. The measure don't lie. Because the average is taken by the outlier. Equity. Yes.
What is sex?
Okay, it is the data disaggregated by sex. If you are measuring revenue, the revenue for male, you have the distribution for male. You have the distribution for female. Disaggregation is like yes. Equity, you need to also underserved groups, rural, people with disability, and others. Social inclusion includes minorities entering youth. Environmental, this funding is for it's a climate resilience or climate change, resource protection, the way you can put it. Youth, the data for youth, the data, youth is which age?
18 to 25.
18. Is it 18? 16. 16. Consider the census. The census consider 16. Okay. So when you have data, make sure, depending on your intervention cost, whether you need to know what the status of the youth versus other age group. So for something issue development is fair, inclusive, and sustainable, like the thing we say. Okay, continue. How do we integrate? I don't think I will spend a lot of time here. It's all start with the design. In the design, if you don't define that will be segregating data by sex, by social, by economic category, no one will do it. If you ask someone to do it, why it's not planned, you will see pushback. So the design, you need to identify the relevant cost-cutting issue early. You don't have to have all those cost-cutting at once. No, you select those that are relevant to your intervention. Assumption I've been talking about. So, there's nothing station. Yeah. Next. Here. How can you integrate cost-cutting issues in the data collection?
What? The data collection, that's a simple exercise. That's an exercise. So you need to use inclusive methods. So look at the team member, look the team members you have. And then don't treat people because they cannot get it where you want them to be. But instead, provide facilities to get there. That's what it means. But it will say, since they have like 4 women or 5 members of the team, so I will ask the women to stay there at the headquarters and then use because they have mobility. No, it's not that. But instead, provide for facilities to help everyone do the work. Because there's no paper in the work. But you have obligation to provide for all what is required for anyone to be comfortable when performing his or her duties. That's the way I understand.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes.
But you have also to think about if you are collecting data about the population, so you have to think also, I think not only for you data collectors, but also for the ones you are collecting information. Because you may come with like somebody who doesn't see, and you bring a questionnaire to fill. So yeah, you need also to think of all those things. Yeah.
Yes, the way you think, your team members need also to think the way all the status of your respondents.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
If there is a collection of electricity or collection of materials that is on marketing.
Yes, but to have that data in this Excel spreadsheet, it means that you have completed other steps. So the first steps is to go on the ground. On the ground, you are meeting with people with disability, with different kind of, personalities. So you need to be able to be well equipped to facilitate, not to disaggregate, not to just to deny or to put some people aside. To be inclusive, let me use that word. So now, when it comes to maybe meeting or working data through like a focus group discussion, instead of combining, like it all depends on the information you're looking for. For instance, if you would like to have, you are now discussing or you are collecting information on the livelihood of people in their households, maybe it would be a good idea to separate the women and women, to ask different questions, not to combine them. Or when you want maybe to discuss with the the community members, maybe you have to have a focus group discussion for maybe youth, and then another discussion for other people. Yes, think of that. So this is the reason why of just considering consulting issues. So ethical is always in the process. So now in monitoring the information, monitoring the reporting, continue disaggregating data, but when disaggregate, it's not for the sake of disaggregating data. It's now to identify the strengths, the weaknesses, the gaps that are between different categories. Otherwise, it will not be FP there. Track equity and inclusion progress. Whenever you have a gap, you have issues, monitor them. Basically, when you have an issue, like when you go for like BPA, and then you find out an issue. When you come back, you write the report. The correction, and then the BPA report. But after you have completed the report, you need also to elaborate collective action plan. Responding to specific weaknesses identified. And you share it with the one interacted. Who's keeping study. And then ask them to prepare a corrective action, and then they share it with you. You will come back to monitor the implementation. You get that? Is it strange? DPA needs implementation. Okay, we see it in the Excel next week. I think the Excel spreadsheets are prepared. There are those processes are there. How to monitor the corrective action plan, the implementation of those recommendations. We see it. And even evaluation. You need to, first of all, understand the program. When you understood the program or the project, this is the time you can now write or elaborate the evaluation. And understanding the program means you understand the key players, partners, and then be able to constructing issues. So I'm comparing the revenue for female versus revenue for male. What is sustainability? The sustainability plan really action. What are the barriers? What are the hindrances to achieve the sustainability?
Discussing this as well, affecting the impact.
Oh, on the theory of change, they are there. You need to have them because it's you're defining your the way you do business. So you need to identify them there. If you believe you will not consider this, you leave it out. But those that you consider for other actions, they need to be mentioned with the theory of change. Okay. Next. Next. Stick of principles. I think you know them. But integrating cross-cutting issues improves equity, accountability in decision making. Ask yourself, is there anyone left behind? The results, or the value of the program has reached all the people that were supposed to be involved. If not, there is an issue with constructing things. Okay? Yes. Equity, accountability, there's no way you can avoid. Accountability, donor is there just to ensure there is accountability, the decision making for them to decide, otherwise to help you or to respond positively on your requests. You need also to provide and then to do the right job. Okay, next. Yes, cross-cutting. We are done with cross-cutting. For cross-cutting, maybe we need more and details on that because there's no common template for each. The donor, if I would like to have you, accepting a funding for your program, we'll ask you, like, have you done like environmental assessment? I was talking about the issue of chicken, kitchen garden. Kitchen. Ask you whether you have done environmental assessment, gender analysis. Just here it's simple. Just they say just but American just gender. There is another way to call it. Social inclusion. There is another term. There is a recent one. Okay, okay. Sure. I know there is a different terminologies around that. So they will direct you. They will give you a format. And then you do it. You provide them as attachment to the proposal. The proposal is there. And then goes to assess it. And then accept you, give you the fund. So mostly there are, you're going, but there is an assignment, logical framework of the project. You think that responds to one of the intermediate results from the logical framework we dropped. Yes. There is no way of escaping it. Yeah, as we are now going to down to the project. Yes. Overview. So here, still talking about the cost. Listen. That's the cost. But I'm proud to say it because I remember he said have done a great job. And I worked with for them, and the fact that I worked for them, when I think through that, I say it's okay because I went through different, experiences, either project design, how to do monitoring evaluation, how to do strategic planning, how to deal with host government, those kind of things. So that's the reason why we bring it back, even if it's a ghost. Donor requires no system for accountability reporting running. I think we saw it earlier. But each donor has specific standards. They have their way of doing things. And of course, they have a platform they meet themselves. But still, you can have those kinds of differences. But in reality, the differences are in the way they name things. But the bottom line, they look alike. Project must align with main framework. So each and every one, we talk about those framework. At least 3. Project must align with framework with these expectations. So, but for those who have not worked with any donor, there is a reason why we need to mind much about the expectation. A donor, when they come, sometimes they have that tendency of imposing, of asking a specific level, as if they are the only one to bring the money. But there's no longer the case here. But there used to be the case. Go with your money. We used to be to say the same. Yeah.
But the expectation, they still have them because they are providing their money. When you provide money, you need to make sure the money is used for the purpose the money was intended to. Yes, you're supposed to do it. Suppose they support investment decision making because they are not the one who prevent. Sometimes they need to have evidence-based decision making. They need the real insights, the real evidence. Enable. They also do that comparison. Whenever they have like they are providing funding to 5 NGOs, they will compare. But you know, they will compare. But you grantees, sometimes you don't debate because you're in competition. But competition doesn't mean just to hate. Maybe you need to compliment yourself. We were in the project, there was a project accommodating different activities. And then it was a time where there was an idea of collaboration. I was trying to measure the collaboration. And instead of, in a local government, sometimes you are providing money, you are contributing, but that money you cannot report it. I know you cannot report it because there is no budget line for that, but you do it. You have your 15 at your article 15. That's true. No, I think yeah. I think again. You know how to manage to do business. Then you hide. You have just to step just behind the truth. And then you solve a problem and then you don't write down. Yes. So they compare. Package. Strengthen learning and program improvement. So the beauty of them, the good thing of working with them, they promote learning. Like university, yes, I have a university. Every year I had to travel to do a training. They had their specific university. They said university. They have learning like a lab. Learning centers. Yes. And the program improvement. If you are smart enough, can learn. And the good thing, they don't dictate. The way of working with them, it's not like the one we have with the private, with the public sector. Because there is no one who would be standing in front of you in the park say, what are you doing? You need to do this. You need to plan by yourself. Yeah, which is good. Okay. So they believe that strong messages, there is a trust, there's the funding and credibility. So the one I remember there is a 3 local NGOs. I was part of the team that was for capacity development for local organization. We started in 2012. We assessed them systematically. But after we have given them the funding, the next funding they didn't do anything. They saw the funding added to them, and later on they received another one. So whenever you are in the system, you are always there. Until find out maybe something else. Yes, please. Next. So do you think I will also go for research framework? They may not ask you theory of change, but in your description, in introduction, the way you do business, what you do, vision, they will understand. But the research framework, they will need to ask. Okay, prove me wrong, I know you are among those donors. Yeah, and this one, performance monitoring plan. How do you call it in other words? Came 3 years. There's another way to call it. What is big? Performance implementation. PIP. Performance implementation plan. Is some call it performance implementation plan, but this one, performance monitoring plan, it's a document that shows that combine its own information about the way you collect the data, you deal data, you drive to the objectives. So it includes different things. There's indicators, data sources, baseline targets, frequency. There's nothing else here. Yes, it shows how the performance is tracked. English. Okay, there's something missing. Okay. No. No, figures of the that is collected monthly, is collected quarterly. Yes. Okay, next. First time I will show you how it looks like. The other thing they just emphasize on data quality assessment. They will ask you as an organization, have you done a data quality assessment of your field staff? And we also engage in donors data collection assessments. They won't only rely on data collection, data quality assessment you do, they will also add there. Use it to verify data quality, just to verify those quality components, the characteristics. Requirement for reporting. I think we discussed this today, where when people were saying that you can miss the deadline and then be peaceful. I don't think many donors will like that. So, formally, there is a the final evaluation. There are other assessments they can make commission. If they perceive there is an issue, they will ask you to commission assessment. Assessment can be, you can organize using the consultant. They can also come and let do it. Yeah. Major impact in learning. So in learning, mostly they ask you to have a learning agenda. Learning agenda, responding to the specific. When we talk about learning or evaluation, think of questions. When you're designing, you need also to determine the questions that will be trying to, yes, to respond. And then those make the core part of the evaluation and learning. So reporting templates, okay, those are the things. Performance indicator reference, standard format required by donors. There are many, but those are examples. But this one will be developing because this is key. This is key. This is key for you. You need to have a card, an identification of every indicator. They call it performance indicator principle. I don't know how others call it. Some call it indicator principle, but in years they add performance. Indicator. I like that one. If it is called dictionary, I would love that. Because what we have here is like a dictionary.
for you to understand each data element.
Yes.
And the government currently, whether it's arriving with the 10 system. Whoever is managing the data should understand.
The data and indicators. Just if you avoid any confusion when understanding the indicators, because indicators, you may not achieve it because you have misunderstood it. So to avoid that, we need to just to define everything, to include even the formulas. You write a numerator will be number of women who attended first, second, up to 8 prenatal visits, just to make sure everything is understandable, is clear. So next time we teach the problem.
Yeah, it's like, it's for example, the data we actually architect those indicators, show us how those indicators are clear for everyone. So as every team, we need to sit with the entire team from the program. We define what would be the data element, the numerator, the denominator, and so on. Then,
indicator meanings.
Meaning.
if there is a good performance, what is that?
Next.
If there is a poor performance, what is that? Then for you, even to support
The level of measurement.
yes, and
The
then
level of details.
those details, and you need to go beyond the organization. You go to the field. Whoever will be collecting those data, you need to help them to understand the data element they should be collecting. So you have the same understanding. The data collector, the daily or regular one, or even your team within the organization. This those swab outsiders.
Yeah, being manager or technical advisor or project coordinator, it's the same. You need to understand that. What I explained yesterday, everyone seems to be having the duties related to monitoring evaluation. But only one person in the organization is responsible for monitoring evaluation. So his role is to coordinate. Monitoring evaluation is coordinating his supervisor and other people. It's coordinating. If you're not coordinating, you can't get information. Yes? So everyone is responsible. Coordinator. If coordinator has not developed this one, it's responsible because the one who is leading the process. Yes. So this one is part of the annex. What? Take logo? Can develop it. Yes, that's what I was saying. This is why I was hesitating too. There is a information that not mentioned here. I don't know what happened to other, because my case is for US-based organization. I don't know how other organizations or donors do. Sometimes when developing the program for funding, there are indicators that are related to the evaluating the performance. Some indicators are already in the book of the donor. The donor has its own dictionary, let's call it. If the indicator is similar to that, this will be highlighted as donor custom indicators. No, it's a standard indicator. They call it standard indicator. But now, other indicators that may be developed locally, the case you are asking, they also need to be, they need to develop their performance indicator reference sheet developed by those local organization, but submitted with the proposal to the donor. But they will be highlighted as a custom indicators. So I don't know whether this distinction is common or standard. That's the reason why I have not mentioned this. So, but think that this can happen. Yes, they can develop locally. So for the golden rule, the rule of thumb is every indicator should have its own dictionary or differentiation. It needs to have that. Otherwise, there will be confusion, and then this will be maybe a pretext of not achieving the results. Okay? So the tracking, you need to track the progress. So PIP and PMP the same, but they applied to the research framework. Meaning, if you want to monitor the research framework, you need to have performance monitoring plan. How this is the monitoring evaluation related work that is planned to achieve what is in the research framework. Yes, I think we covered a lot, but now we need to put those things into practice. Now, this will be the president by the donor. To other reporting requirements that they are asking. But being like an obligation or a requirement, it depends on organization. Just to the organization from different organizations, we ask it. We ask differently. Yeah, it's not. They have their own way of doing business. So, but if you, I just prefer to share this with you because I was believing that whenever you have those three documents and the others, you will be very well equipped to be able to respond to any donor question. Yes, we have this. Maybe this will not have this practically, but this one, tracking table, indicator sheet, we have it. So now, I want to ask you, or to give you an assignment. An assignment which is simple. It's simple in this way. First of all, thank you for having developed results framework. I was not expecting you can do that, not because I presume you don't have capability. No, it's not that. It's because there was an evening, there was not enough time, then seeing that we produced such a great work and then present it. I know there are other people who would like to present. Yes, that's okay. So now, zero change, this is the way our organization thinks. Result framework. This is how we can now achieve the results. And then the results are integrated because that's the link between the results. And then with the result framework, I can see a point to link it with my project through intermediate results. Look at intermediate results of your result framework, and then think of a project you can develop. I'm not asking you to develop the text, 15 or 50 pages. No, I'm not asking that. But now, if the intermediate result was to improve the access of the water supply or the safe water, think of the project that can contribute to that. And then after you think to the project, you are now, okay, the upper level will remain the same until to the intermediate result. So you now defines the output, and then it puts activities using this form, logical framework. Go up until you just go to one further. Go down. Oh, yes, there. Okay. I'm showing, yes. The outcome. That's the immediate results. You do this one. You include here. The goal still the same. And then here output. You include output, as many output as possible. And then, okay, someone asked me to know whether it should be numbering. I think if you number them, it will be clear and easier for us to understand. Because what you put here, one is related to this one. Two is related to this. Here, three, I will also check that one. So, and then include indicators. We have now learned how to define indicators. And then means of verification. How can we identify them? Which source document will be used? Most importantly, include risk or assumption. What are the conditions that will help you achieve your next level of result change? Remember that to read, the way we read it is that if this happens, and this also happens, or otherwise, if this is done under the same condition as at the time of the design, we will reach to the outcome. But this will be verified by the number of this one. And then you can see it when you use the record. The records. Key distribution records.
Are we going to develop our own product?
You will use this template. Your own. You use your own. I don't think it's really different.
Yeah. So it means that the same project that we presented on, actually, like my project.
Was a project or was a research framework for your institution?
Yeah.
So look at the intermediate level, intermediate results.
Yeah, I used it now to get the logical framework.
Yes, the intermediate result will be your outcome.
Yeah.
indeed will contribute to only 20%, which is Pareto chart.
There's a way we can do it. If we can create subgroup, some WhatsApp groups. So in your color, you have your own group. Then you discuss in there. You can do, let's say, Thursday evening. You have a meeting online and work on that particular site.
That's what I wanted, because
Yeah.
this will be the product from a group.
Yeah.
More than one person will be.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we
There's a version there. Groups. Where you are seated, you are breathing. So we take that decision.
Yes, yes.
So you help them have the group.
Yeah.
They know what they are doing, and then they come up with, because now providing input for for individual work will be.
You will coordinate it with the facilitators and each group.
Okay. Yeah. Any question for the day? Pick up.
They have one or right, it's not a big question, but it's for clarification.
Just read.
One class. Okay, I give you 1 minute. There is a question here. Attention, please. That's the paper. That's the paper. Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I was saying, it's not a big problem, but a big question, but just a point for clarification. Throughout the mayor frameworks, I've been talking about the results and so on, but nowhere I have
achieved, what the results were achieved. So, I don't think this can appear here, but in other records, they need to be there. And for monitoring people, monitoring the evaluation staff, they need to consider that. I don't know whether I explained it correctly, but this is the way, I think the way I understand it. You may correct me or others can also. So, but milestone, of course, it helps. But for other kind of financing mechanism, like the one we used with the SFH or the Amica 3, give them advance. Then they do business, then report. And then when they achieve the results, no, we are not. Okay, achieving the results was the issue to deal with the monitoring evaluation officers or managers and the direction, the technical people of the, like in your case, it was health office. So I don't know whether your question was answered or not.
Sorry. As I mentioned, it's not a quantum fees, so like additional element to consider, because in some institutions, the med team are spending their time following up to see if the key milestones
Were achieved.
are achieved, because they had the time to work somewhere and this was their culture. Instead of waiting to have a quarter or the annual assessment, see if you are progressing well on the results, they have those short-term regular checks, but focusing on little, I may say, like little results that could contribute to the big results. Then, for instance, I can give an example. For instance, if you are planning to have a training, someone had some people have been trained. So before you get those people trained, for instance, you need to have the training material developed. You have to maybe to secure the training venues. Then as you add on those small milestones, to make sure that at the end of your quarter, the number of participants have been trained. So I was bringing this not as a question as well, but people need to know that in some institutions, you may be requested to monitor those milestones before you report the results that are achieved.
Yes.
Yeah.
So how others are doing? For me, I don't think they should be appearing this because these are strategic documents. So again, here we're talking about we're referring to a specific project. So for the framework, they cannot appear. But here, it's a logical framework works with the project. And then they say it operationalize the implementation. It provides more details. I guess if the decision of the management team is that we include that information, nothing prevents them to do with the logical framework, because this needs to be providing all the details. But now, because I've not created a case where I see it here, so it's up to us now to see how can we integrate this. That in this, or if we don't integrate this information in the logical framework, maybe we integrate it in the monitoring reports. Yeah, but I think it to be
maybe one outcome training, then we can just put different activities. Then,
oh yes,
yeah, you put different activities. Then, if you include also the quarter 1, quarter 2, or just month, then you can for one activity you can keep tracking if this training material is developed. How you can start purchasing this we say the venue, then we can now invite people to come to attend. Then you put it into different activities in detail. Yeah,
That's true. Yeah. That's what I want. So we can split those activities contributing to each milestone.
yeah, each milestone.
Yes, you can even label them in the parentheses. Milestone number 1. Milestone number-
Yes, I think. We used to have a main activity, sub-activity.
Yes.
I think there's about 50 minutes.
Exactly. Some activities are actually those milestones, even though they were not labeled like that one.
Yeah.
But someone who was just following up, and really realized those are milestones. Thank you. Yeah. These are documents you can just manipulate. You can play with, and then to include every information you want. This is operational tool. So I think timekeeper. Is it time?
2 minutes.
4 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay, any other point? Yes, yes. Your final points? No, unless there's a question. Yeah, it's like the thing we've been discussing when around theory of change, the framework, logical framework, and then you have an assignment. So I don't think there is another kind of recap to do, apart just from giving the speech to director of the data plus, and then taking you for the good collaboration for the last 2 days. And I'm looking forward to have the stage to the next 2 sessions. Thank you very much.
Just something like 2 minutes. Hello, good evening. I wanted to do a small exercise of 2 minutes. We are now done with our first 2 days, right? And for us to know, for the trainer to know the direction we take in the next 2 sessions remaining, we want a short feedback on the last, on this weekend we are finishing. So there is a link that was shared in the WhatsApp group.
Yeah. Minty.com.
But the trainer is going to have access to it. For people, the training, everything you came expecting to gain from the training, you have. We always do it on the second day of the training for us to make sure that we are strategically moving towards what you expected from the training. Did you see the link in your WhatsApp group? Can people online hear me?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Guys, if you can hear me, there is a link we just put in the WhatsApp group, and we wanted you to click on it, and we guide you in 2-3 questions that will help us gather some short-term feedback on how so far we see the training and what can be improved in the remaining 2 weekends. If you have clicked on the link, there is more they're asking for a code. Please enter this code: 79580570. It's something we do right now. It's not something. It's not a homework. No, it's something you do right now as we speak. It's live online. You're going to see it. As we put in the feedback, will be very ought to be seeing it here.
Yeah.
79580570. If there are people online, if you have any challenge, please speak up so we know where to support you. Many of you have explained, we still have 16 people here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, okay. So let's go if we are moving together because we are closing in less than 10 minutes. And once we be together, us to just complete this small we have 18. Is everyone here? Yes. Everyone should be seeing this screen on their laptop or phone. Yes, you can use your phone or laptop, anything. It's fine. Are we all here? Yes. Okay. Not yet? Oh, it's very slow. So we got the first question. How do you rate the training so far? We have up to 5, I guess. First is good, very good, good, neutral, bad, very bad. Like I said, it's anonymous. So if you answer, you should be honest because this is going to help a lot in how we strategize the next session. Some people are going slow because you can see it. And we will have to move together because like those who are finished, you can you see that you can't mix. So okay. Let's go to the next. Okay. Then what was the most useful part or what did you enjoy most so far in this weekend? In a short sentence, very short sentence. Please don't do abbreviations because we might not know what you mean by some of them. Okay, so the most appearing was interesting part was result framework, and then others are talking about theory of change, well framework, types of data, indicators. Types of project cycle, okay, presentations, like the most appearing, like most of you are coming back to the data type, theory of change, result framework, yeah, general data and project cycle. Okay. It's like it's good. No, very good. Okay, let's move to the last question. So this is very important. It's a third question that we always ask. What do you wish we have to cover in the next session? Like, what do you want us to cover? Make sure that we cover before we leave this training. Something you expect us to cover before we leave this training. In a few words. I hope everyone answers this one, at least. One.
Try to use few words, because when you make a full statement, a full sentence, it's going to cut it short. And some of your message will be lost in between. So in a few words, 3 words, what are you looking for? So we're looking at more practice, because obviously we are doing monitoring and evaluation. And practice. Because like the ones that appear big are the most recurring answers you're providing. So we need more practice, too much practice. Remember beginners. I don't know what that- Are we doing that?